Chapter 8:25. Everything in this world seemed to have disappeared. Only the white-robed divine king was left. He had become an eternal ray of light, untainted by dust. He was like a true god as he sat there motionlessly. Accompanied by the cries of the heavens, auspicious lights fell from the sky, all moving for him. Countless Dao marks flickered and cried for him. No one could get close. Only the falling flowers danced around him. Even though he was heavily injured and coughing up large amounts of blood, all the ancient kings were shaken. Only after a long time did people come back to their senses. The ancient races all looked terrified. They didn't know how much they would have to pay to take the white-robed divine king's life. Meanwhile, the human cultivators were all worried. They all had a bad premonition. Their state of mind was completely different from the ancient races. The divine king's vitality had been severely consumed and he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He's so powerful. We must find someone to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will become the greatest obstacle on my path. He started earlier than me, so it will be too late if we don't get rid of him. The imperial sun was awe-inspiring. Will anyone else attack in the near future? Yuangu asked. His left eye was a black sun, and his right eye was a blood moon. It was exceptionally frightening and strange. Don't worry, a supreme existence is coming soon. In fact, many people don't believe that Wuxia is still alive, the imperial sun said calmly. Not far away, Yi Fan almost couldn't help but reveal his trump card. However, after hearing all this with his clairaudient, he forcefully restrained himself. His heart sank. Someone else would come. How many terrifying kings did the ancient races have? This was only a portion. He felt that he had to use his trump card at the most critical moment. Back then, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, the world was immediately thrown into chaos. Even an unrivaled character like the divine Silkworm Princess was killed by a spear. Even that fighting monkey was forced to head west. The 10,000 races have no lack of peerless experts, especially on this ancient planet. The imperial sun said to himself. So hard to kill. At the center of the battlefield, the lightning blood queen spoke. The dragon spear in her hand released a cold, bloody radiance. Even someone as powerful as she didn't dare to act rashly. They had surrounded the great enemy again, but none of the ancient kings acted rashly. They were all afraid of being killed by the divine king before his death. They were all very careful. The divine king stroked the zither with both hands, and the tinkling sounds rang out. He did not take the initiative to attack, and the two sides were in a stalemate, in a delicate state of balance. A single person facing a group of ancient kings, this kind of power was shocking. No one dared to take even half a step forward, and they all felt restraining fear towards each other. Are you guys afraid? You're all ancestors of your race and have seen all sorts of storms and waves. Could it be that you don't dare to kill a dying person? The lightning blood queen said. A scarlet mist rose from her body as the dragon spear shot out a blood-colored light that pierced through the clouds. Kill! Finally, the kings attacked again. The white-robed god king did not have much life left, so they could not give him any time to catch his breath. This was the best opportunity to kill him. The sound of the zither rang out, and the falling petals danced in the air, drawing out streaks of brilliant light. Ripples flew out like fireworks, dazzling to the extreme in an instant. Pooh! A streak of bloody light erupted. An ancestral king's head fell to the ground, his primordial spirit destroyed, dying a violent death. Dead, another ancient king is dead. Outside the battlefield, there was great chaos. Today, so many ancient kings had actually died in the hands of a single person. The price was too great, and the various races could not bear it. As expected, Divine King Zhang's face paled even more, and he coughed out a lot more divine blood. His body swayed, and he would collapse at any time. Just a little more and he would be finished. Another ancient king said coldly. They had already fought to this point. If they stopped attacking and gave the white-robed god king time to recover, then all their efforts would have been for naught. Kill. This time, he has no more power to resist. The others roared, and divine laws were activated. Another round of fierce attacks unfolded. This time, there was no sound of the zither, and no ripples spread out. There was only a sigh that came from the white-robed God King, but it was even more terrifying. Ah! A terrified scream rang out. An ancient king's body turned into light, and he was quickly annihilated, finally disappearing. The sigh of a god. The world immediately quieted down. These ancient kings all stopped, and each of them felt a chill run down their backs. They were used to seeing life and death, but they had never felt such fear as today. The opponent was already exhausted, but he still didn't die. He killed the enemy again and again. If this continued, the one to die of exhaustion would not be the white-robed God King, but themselves. At this time, the divine king was dyed in blood, and his white clothes were about to become bloody. A gust of wind would cause him to collapse. His face was pale, and his life would come to an end at any time. However, he was like a bottomless pit. No one knew when they would be able to fill it up with the lives of the ancient kings, so no one dared to try again. There are so many of us. If this continues, we will all be killed by him. An ancient king shivered all over. He fought against so many kings alone, and he had killed so many. Blood dyed the Dao platform red, and a single drop of such blood could kill a powerhouse. This place had become a hellish battlefield, and the ones being killed were all gods that people had to look up to. It was shocking, and they had never seen something like this before. At this time, even the Lightning Blood Queen had stopped attacking because she wasn't confident. Even though they felt that the Divine King would fall at the next moment, they had failed time and time again. Ancient kings were killed one after another, and this made them lose their courage. This was an unforgettable scene. A blood-soaked white-robed man sat in front of an ancient zither. He was otherworldly, and the rain of flowers lingered around him. The group of ancient kings were stunned, and no one dared to act recklessly. The world was silent, and no one spoke. Only the falling flowers flew about, producing rustling sounds and flickering with a translucent luster. It was actually this kind of result. No one had expected that the human race only had one saint, yet he could face off against so many ancient kings. Why is it like this? Some ancient clansmen were unwilling, but they didn't dare to go forward. Meanwhile, many human cultivators were both excited and terrified. They were afraid that this was all an illusion, and all of this originated from a single person. They were afraid that the white-robed God King would fall. A single person suppressing so many kings. If news of this gets out, it will be the shame of all races. What are you all afraid of? A cold voice came from the sky. 5 dazzling streaks of light descended from the sky. The one in the lead was actually a Saint King. His purple hair scattered behind him, and his figure was tall and slender. He was almost the same as the human race. The 4 figures behind him were all ancient kings. Even though they couldn't compare to him, they were still astonishing enough. This was especially the case when they arrived at this time. It's ancient King Lin. They came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The various ancient clans were all shocked. This was an extremely powerful power. It was rumored that there might be an ancient great sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons that could overlook the entire ancient star. They walked over step by step. The name of the Saint King in the lead was Lin, and his fame had spread throughout the archaic era. Many people recognized him. His expression was cold, and he was about to take action against the white-robed God King. Right at this moment, the Western Emperor Pagoda in the sky released thunderous sounds. Pillars of energy as thick as mountains descended one after another, as if they wanted to destroy all of the ancient kings. However, Lin wasn't afraid at all. He stared at the heavens and said, "Jade Lake Sacred Ground, do you all really dare to take action? There are 2 ancient imperial weapons outside that are already aimed at this place." The scene was deathly silent. It had actually reached the step. The situation was extremely serious. The weapons of the ancient emperors had already been arranged, and a single mistake might result in a terrifying confrontation. This kind of collision, even if it wasn't world-destroying, wasn't far off. No one could imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. During the archaic era, whenever the ancient imperial weapons were used, there would always be a few illustrious great clans that would be wiped out. Their deterrence was indescribable. You humans aren't the only ones with emperor weapons. Our ancient imperial weapons are even more ancient and have long become deities. If we truly fight, the outcome has long been decided. Another 4 figures descended from the sky, all of them wrapped in divine flames. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many ancient race saints, the ancient imperial weapons they activated would definitely be many times more powerful than the human race's emperor weapons. Truly a hero of a generation, to be able to resist so many ancient kings alone. This is truly unexpected. As soon as these words were spoken, another 3 ancient kings descended. Gray mist pervaded the air, and their auras were terrifying. The hearts of the human cultivators were like dead ashes. How were they supposed to fight against so many people? The white-robed God King was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now, another 12 ancient kings appeared, and there was even a saint king among them. Does the heavens want to exterminate our race's saints? A human sect master lamented. This was a situation that made everyone speechless. The difference was truly too great. It made people feel powerless and indescribably sorrowful. Truly boring. Is there only one saint in the human race? Yet you guys still couldn't capture him despite having so many people. Truly a disgrace. 2 males appeared in the void. Every pore on their bodies was shining, making it difficult for people to look straight at them. It's them, the twin ancient kings. The various ancient races were all shocked. These 2 looked exactly the same, and their fame had spread throughout the archaic era. They were a pair of twin brothers, and what was terrifying was that they were both saint kings. A total of 14 ancient kings came, and among them, 3 were saint kings. This kind of scene already foretold the conclusion and made the human race silent. Especially the twin kings that came later, they made people feel even more restraining fear. Originally, their words made the expressions of a few ancient kings change, but after seeing them, they didn't start a conflict. The person you're talking about is their father, right? Yuan Gu asked in a low voice. The heavenly prince nodded and said, "Correct. It's that existence that has a chance of becoming the great sage, Skyfall ancient king." During the archaic era, how many great sages could there be? It truly is too difficult to verify the Tao. I only knew it was Skyfall ancient king. There were rumors that he had a chance of succeeding. Yuan Gu sighed and said, Long. At the end of the horizon, 9 terrifying ancient beasts ran over. Every single one of them was a king-level expert. They were incomparably terrifying, and they were all archaic vicious beasts. They pulled an ancient war chariot and trampled across the sky. It was as if the divine drums of the celestial court were beating, resounding through the clouds and intimidating everyone's hearts. 9 archaic vicious beasts at the king level could only be used to pull the chariot. This kind of appearance was extremely shocking, making everyone's entire body go cold and their fine hairs stand on end. The 9 archaic vicious beasts stopped, and the ancient war chariot stopped as well. A heaven-overflowing aura pervaded the air, and a terrifying figure stepped out from the war chariot. Mist curled about, forming a hazy expanse that drowned him out. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through him. Only a pair of green eyes revealed a terrifying light. One could vaguely see a tall figure that was like a demonic god. Greetings, Heavenly King Skyfall. Even though the ancient kings present were very arrogant and prideful, they still went up to pay their respects after seeing this ancient ancestor. One could imagine just how high his status was and how terrifying his strength was. At this point, the human cultivators were in complete despair. How could they resist? Once this heavenly King Skyfall appeared, it was useless no matter how heaven-defying the white-robed divine king was. How could they fight against more than 20 ancient kings and this heavenly King Skyfall who had the potential to become the great sage? He fought a group of ancient kings alone and killed 3 saint kings. This kind of battle record is very shocking. He's an outstanding talent. Heavenly King Skyfall stood in front of the war chariot and looked down. His eyes were even more terrifying in the black mist. They were like 2 divine lamps, and only the outline of his tall body could be seen. The white-robed divine king stood up and faced all the ancient kings alone. He then looked at Heavenly King Skyfall with a calm expression. I am willing to accept you as my adopted son. Are you willing to join my race and become the great sage respected by all races? Heavenly King Skyfall spoke such earth-shattering words. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many ancient kings were shocked, and even his son, the Gemini King, was shocked. They looked at the terrifying existence on the war chariot. The white-robed divine king snorted coldly for the first time and said, I only want to know how many more ancient kings will come. Since I'm already here, the others won't take action. Heavenly King Skyfall calmly spoke, but it made people feel a domineering aura of supremacy. At the same time, in an uninhabited region, a resplendent divine ranking soared into the sky and flew towards the Jade Lake. Chapter 8:26. The heaven-connecting platform was majestic and majestic. In the air, the 9 archaic beasts were each more ferocious than the last. Their demonic energy overflowed into the heavens. They were all kings at the grand completion level, yet they could only be used to pull chariots. Behind the 9 ancient beasts, huge divine chains flickered with cold light. They were pulling an ancient chariot that was full of blade marks and arrow holes. Above them, Heavenly King Skyfall towered like a demonic god, pressuring the entire Jade Lake to the point where it seemed like it was about to collapse. A rumbling voice came down from above. You are a hero, rarely seen in 1,000 generations. I actually don't want to strangle a genius. Don't force me. The white-robed divine king was very calm. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, It is you all who are being overbearing. The human race has always wanted to sit down and have a chat with you all. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats, and they were all nervous to the extreme. An unrivaled existence like Heavenly King Skyfall had actually arrived. During the archaic years, he was invincible and swept through the wastelands. All kings submitted to him. He alone was enough to wipe out several great races. This kind of ancient existence had cultivated for an extremely long time. Regardless of seniority or strength, they were both extremely high. One has to know that even his 2 sons were terrifying saint kings that could suppress an area. No race dared to disobey them, and their fame was extremely great. Sitting down and having a chat requires strength and confidence. But what does your human race have? Heavenly King Skyfall didn't speak, but one of his sons did. In this kind of situation, perhaps only they would dare to interrupt. Could it be that we really have to fight to the end? The white-robed divine king gazed forward. The twin saint kings were covered in light, and divine aura pervaded the air. Even their pores were emitting divine splendor, making it difficult for others to look straight at them. You are indeed very powerful and stunning. You alone killed so many ancient kings, but the great human race only has a single saint. Compared to a race, your foundation is too weak, so you cannot stand on equal footing with the other races. Another of the twin saint kings spoke. The heaven-connecting platform was completely silent. No one spoke. His words were difficult to refute. The human race had too few saints, and they were powerless to resist so many ancient kings. Many people's hearts turned cold. What hope was there left to speak of? With so many ancient kings gathered, any one of them could flatten an area. Join my race and inherit my teachings. Not only will you be immortal, but you'll also be able to rule over the world. With your talent, you might even become the great sage. Heavenly King Skyfall stood on the ancient war chariot like a demon lord, looking down on all living beings. So what if it's your orthodoxy? My ancestor is an ancient emperor. Do I still need your guidance? Said the white-robed God King. His voice was like the hum of a sword. Normally, he was very easygoing and calm. Only when it came to such matters would he be very serious, and even his words would become sharp. The primeval emperors. Heavenly King Skyfall frowned. The other ancient kings were cold as they looked over. The Saint King from the nest of 10,000 dragons said, The past, reality, hee. His smile was extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end and goosebumps appear on their bodies. His meaning was clear. The great ancient emperor had passed away. No matter how glorious it had become a thing of the past. Reality was cruel. Your human race had billions of living beings, but only one sage had emerged. What did you rely on to compete? The human race wants to be on equal footing with the ancient race? That's just a pipe dream. You guys are so weak, yet you've occupied this entire land. It can only be a miracle that your race hasn't been wiped out. Another ancient king's words were even sharper and crueler. This was a very serious problem. The root of the conflict was here. During the archaic era, the human race was weak and lived in a remote corner. Now, they suddenly became the masters of this land. After the myriad races awakened, they naturally wanted to start a massacre. The white-robed god king didn't say anything and calmly looked at them. However, he seemed so lonely. In this vast world, he was the only one among the human race who could take action. Let's ask Heavenly King Skyfall to take action. Kill him and everything will come to an end. The human race doesn't have the qualifications to talk about anything else. An ancient king was relatively radical and didn't place the others in his eyes at all. At this time, only the sound of falling flowers could be heard. The world was extremely quiet. Many experts looked towards Heavenly King Skyfall on the ancient war chariot. The white-robed god king opened his mouth and said, "From start to finish, you all have been talking about the so-called qualifications. I've fought with you all, and killing until now is still not enough?" The white-robed god king was indescribably solemn when this topic was brought up. After experiencing a great battle, the bodies of the surviving ancient kings were ice-cold. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Only after experiencing the battle not too long ago did they understand how terrifying divine kings were. What he brought up at this time was the truth. According to reason, they had already slaughtered their way out of the qualifications. They alone could contend against the kings who came earlier. What qualifications are you all talking about? You all don't even have them. An ancient king shook his finger. His expression was indifferent as he spoke ruthlessly. This was disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a psychological superiority that had existed for a long time, and it had never changed since the ancient times. During the archaic era, your human race survived in the cracks. At the most pitiful time, you struggled at death's door and were almost wiped out. You were once vassals that relied on the feet of some powerful races to seek protection. What dignity, what qualifications? An ancient king ruthlessly tore open the prehistoric scars and sprinkled salt into the hearts of every human cultivator. His expression was full of disdain and cruelty. At that time, you all were nothing more than an insignificant group of ants. Some of the great races here were your past masters. These words were like a clap of thunder, causing many human cultivators to tremble. They were filled with a sense of humiliation. You're talking about the archaic era. When the human race first arrived on this ancient star, our ancestors truly suffered. They paid too much, but they stubbornly survived. The divine king was solemn and solemn. His expression was solemn and respectful as he said, "It wasn't easy for our predecessors. Their humiliation will be washed away. Our descendants opened up a prosperous era and walked their own path. We will not let them down." What prosperous era? How can we be compared? During the archaic era, the might of the ancient emperors was revered by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How can you all compare? An ancient king said, "Why can't we compare?" During the archaic era, several ancient emperors appeared one after another. They belonged to different races, but during the primordial era, the human race produced several great emperors. They were not at a disadvantage. The white-robed divine king's voice was sonorous and deafening. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, but the great emperors came from different races while the great emperors came from the human race. This was a terrifying might. When the great emperors that had passed away were mentioned, the blood of all the humans surged. Their hearts lit up and they wanted to roar out loud. A single race produced so many supreme existences. Their true potential was not inferior to the myriad races and was enough to contend against them. Just now, the humiliation of their ancestors was so oppressive that they couldn't even breathe. During the archaic era, the human race was weak and insignificant. They were even food for many powerful races. However, things were different in the future. Many ancient races became silent. Even the ancient kings present wanted to say something, but they couldn't find a reason to refute. They all became silent. After a long time, the Violet Forest Saint King sneered and said, "Everything is in the past. The archaic emperors were definitely stronger than the human race great emperors because some of them didn't die and became immortals. Meanwhile, your human race great emperors have all died. Everything is the same as before and nothing has changed. You all are still as weak as before. That's right, reality is like this. Your situation is worse than the archaic era and hasn't improved at all. You are just a single saint, so what right do you have to talk to us? Just kill him." Many ancient kings agreed. "That's to say, no matter what, you all want to kill us all and there won't be any changes?" The white-robed divine king asked. "Precisely so." One of the Gemini saint kings shouted. "Aren't you all afraid that the great emperors still haven't died and will send down his thunderous rage?" The white-robed divine king shouted. His expression was ice-cold. This was the first time he treated the kings so coldly. "You are a hero. I really want to give you a chance and take you in as my godson." Heavenly King Skyfall spoke. "Then let's fight." The white-robed divine king wasn't afraid at all. A divine king sword appeared in his hand and he held it horizontally in the sky. He faced the kings alone. "It really is a helpless decision. Killing a genius isn't what I want, but I have no choice but to do it." Heavenly King Skyfall's voice was cold. He took a step forward and the Jade Lake shook as if it was collapsing. "Obliterate him. Let's end this earlier." An ancient king roared. There were even more people who followed. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't bear to see the white-robed divine king's final moments. How could he stop them alone? The undefeated legend would be drenched in blood. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Even if he died in battle, he didn't want to just watch as a divine king fell. The bloody scene of the past seemed to still appear before his eyes. The figure of the white-robed divine king leaving alone in sorrow, holding Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse in his arms. This was something that Yi Fan couldn't forget even now. "Don't act rashly. Everything is still under control." Suddenly, a voice rang out in his heart. Yi Fan was stunned. This was transmitted by the divine king. Everything was still under control. What else could it be? Boom. Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. A resplendent golden light tore through the boundless earth, arriving from the distance. The cry of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, it startled the entire northern region. It was like an eternal divine splendor that illuminated the mountains and rivers, entering the Jade Lake. Investiture of the gods? It's actually the investiture of the gods. It has appeared again. At this moment, everyone cried out in shock. They were incomparably shocked, especially the various ancient races. Their faces were ashen. Facing the instrument of the strongest emperor in human history, everyone's hair stood on end. How could this be? Even the ancient kings were terrified. Their expressions changed because they felt the supreme aura of the ancient emperor. "It's fake, it's not real," Saint King Violet Forest said. Boom. The investiture of the gods transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, descending from the sky with unparalleled might. It was like the hand of an ancient emperor pressing down. Even an immortal existence would be turned to dust. A terrified scream rang out. Saint King Violet Forest was crushed by the golden light and instantly turned to dust. He died without a trace. Following that, the 4 ancient kings who came with him were also sealed. They all turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Not long ago, they all said that the human race was as weak as ants. Their words were sharp, but in the end, they ended up like this. It's really the aura of an ancient emperor. How could this be? All the ancient kings were terrified. Boom. The investiture of the gods shone brilliantly, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Once again, it suppressed the twin saint kings and turned to dust. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were killed. It was too shocking. In the blink of an eye, 3 saint kings and 4 ancient kings had died. Buzz. The void trembled. The ancient kings who had humiliated the human race and said that the human race had been struggling at death's door in the ancient times all cried out in fear. However, nothing could be changed. The investiture of the gods descended from the sky, powerful and domineering. It killed all of them and turned them to dust. The ancient emperor has come to wash away the humiliation of our ancestors. The white-robed god king roared. The other human cultivators were also excited and shouted. The great ancient emperor has appeared. Great monarch No Sure is still alive. Wash away the humiliation and kill everything. On the sky connecting platform, there was a great roar. Many people were moved to tears. Boom. The investiture of the gods descended once again and suppressed heavenly King Skyfall. The 9 ancient beasts were turned to dust and the ancient chariot collapsed. Even a powerful existence like heavenly King Skyfall could only let out an unwilling roar. He was powerless to resist the eternal golden light. Pif. The investiture of the gods descended mercilessly. An unparalleled ancient giant exploded. His blood evaporated and turned to dust. Chapter 8:27. Heavenly King Skyfall died. Even someone as powerful as him could only release a cry of horror before exploding on the platform. His blood immediately evaporated and turned into ashes. Miserable cries continued. Another person turned to dust. Once the divine seal decree appeared, all deities would submit. This was a legend from the past, and now, it flew out from the desolate mountains, killing ancient kings and sweeping through everything. This was a shocking scene. There was no power in the world that could stop it. Wherever it passed, ancient kings would fall and saint kings would shed blood. Even existences that had hopes of becoming the great sage would be ruthlessly erased. These were cries of horror that came from ancient kings. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. There were people in the world who could kill them, but there was no one who could make them feel fear to this degree. However, at this moment, everyone was terrified. Their souls were trembling with fear, unable to budge an inch. This was the aura of an ancient great emperor. Their senses wouldn't be wrong. They couldn't produce the slightest bit of resistance. It was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They wanted to bow down. Finally, there were ancient kings who couldn't take it anymore. Their legs went soft and they knelt down on the platform. It wasn't because they truly wanted to kneel, but rather because of the supreme pressure. This aura was higher than the heavens, wider than the sea, deeper than the star domain. It made them feel despair and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. How could it be like this? There were some ancient kings who had lived for an endless amount of time and had paid homage to the unmatched emperor of fighting. They had only sensed this aura from his body. Ancient great emperor, there really are people who haven't died. It's them we're finished. This kind of fear quickly spread. In the distance, the various ancient clans were all horrified. Then, their bodies began to tremble. They could also feel this power. What kind of terrifying scene was this? Their ancient kings were all kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards the dazzling divine ranking. Just the thought of it made them tremble. Don't. An ancient king cried out. Another person was killed, turning into ashes on the spot. All resistance was futile. The divine seal decree illuminated the heavens, illuminating the mountains and rivers. It possessed boundless divine might, its brilliance connecting the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was personally created by great Emperor Wuxia. Legend had it that it was originally refined to suppress immortals, but there were no immortals in the world, only creatures that were suspected to be gods. Thus, it was eventually named the investiture of the gods. Although it wasn't an offensive weapon and its greatest use was for sealing, it was still refined by the great ancient monarch after all and possessed boundless magic power. When it was passed down, it was equivalent to the suppression of the great monarch of no beginnings Palm. Who was Wuxia? That was an invincible existence that had swept through the 3,000 worlds. Who in the world could stop a single hand of his? It was a supreme deterrent. Even the powerful undying Daoist of the sacred cliff had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. He couldn't break free from the divine seal decree and was refined alive, leaving behind only a remnant will. Great Emperor Wu Shi's magical artifact flew over. The impact of this was huge. Even the ancient kings were turned to dust with one strike. If this wasn't the might of an emperor, what was it? This was equivalent to announcing that the great human emperor was still alive. A final scream rang out. The divine seal decree sent down a beam of holy light, killing yet another ancient king. Only then did it stabilize and hang in the void. The ancient races were all horrified. Monstrous fear surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't even breathe. Great Emperor Wu Shi's magical artifact hung there like an immortal god. It illuminated the jade pool, and even the black heaven connecting platform began to sparkle. Even the ancient kings of the ancient races were forced to kneel there. Who else could resist it? The human cultivators all shouted. The depression and humiliation in their hearts all turned into roars that rushed out of their bodies and into the clouds. On the heaven-connecting platform, only the white-robed divine king stood alone. Only he could still stand. The other ancient kings couldn't move at all. They knelt down and couldn't get up. The hopes of our ancestors and the prosperity of our race have already been achieved by the great emperor. What right do you have to humiliate the human race? Divine King Jiang shouted. He held the dazzling divine king sword in his hand and faced the kings kneeling on the ground. The divine seal decree hung in the air. It was resplendent all over, and strands of divine power fell down one after another, turning this place into a pure land of the gods. I can't control it. It's hard to get up. It's the same as when I went to see the emperor of fighting back then. This is the power of an emperor. A terrifyingly old ancient king was sweating profusely. He couldn't even move a finger. Past prosperity doesn't mean eternal brilliance. So what if there are 10,000 races? If you want to fight, then fight. The awakened great emperor of the human race is looking down on us. We only need to move forward. Divine King Jiang's words were impassioned and powerful. When he finished speaking, he bowed to the divine seal decree and said that great Emperor Wu Shi was immortal. In the distance, the human cultivators' blood was boiling. The depression in their hearts was released, and they were all excited and excited. As for the various ancient races, their faces were ashen. What kind of blow was this? What happened today was too terrifying and exceeded everyone's expectations. Boom! The divine seal decree seemed to be responding to the words of the divine king in white. It shook violently and light pierced through the 9 heavens, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. It was as if a great emperor was nodding and rumbling. Below, the ancient races all knelt down. They couldn't bear the pressure. Apart from the humans, everyone else in the jade pool kowtowed. They couldn't stand at all. The divine might shook the world. This was a powerful deterrent. In the distance, Yi Fan was excited. He had thought about the divine seal decree countless times, but he couldn't act on it. Now, the divine king in white and someone else had carried it out. This was something he couldn't achieve. This was a very big plan. How could this be? The kings kneeling on the sky-reaching platform were all sweating. They couldn't understand. They felt a chill in their hearts. What? Did something happen again? Heavenly King Skyfall died, but the divine king in white survived. In the crowd, the heavenly prince gritted his teeth and secretly talked to Yuangu. He was about to go crazy. This was the 3rd time he had been slapped in the face. I think he wanted to say something. However, Yuangu hurriedly stopped him and said, "Heavenly Prince, it's best if you don't say it." The heavenly prince's expression immediately changed. Even though it was always something unexpected that happened when he was about to succeed, stopping him like this and telling him not to say anything was a bit too disrespectful. Yuangu said, "Don't misunderstand. I just feel that even though you have great innate luck, during this period of time, it is as if you have been cursed. You absolutely cannot make any vows, or else you might end up stepping on nothing at the peak." The heavenly prince's expression changed. "I understand. An important great enemy has appeared and is fighting with me over the opportunity to verify the Tao. As a result, something unexpected has happened. The undying heavenly emperor was a man of great learning, his magical force exceeding that of deities. He established an immortal scripture-like inheritance, and within it, there were heaven-defying and fate-changing techniques. This was also the reason why the heavenly prince was alarmed. He sensed a few things. He had predicted something several times, But in the end, the conclusion was always changed by someone else. If we are killed, there will be ancient imperial weapons that will descend and destroy the jade pool. On the sky-reaching platform, an ancient king spoke with difficulty. His forehead was covered in sweat as he spoke the truth. The seal of the deities descended. He turned into a streak of bloody light and disappeared from this world, forever erased from this world. No one can doubt the divine might of the great ancient emperors. When the human cultivators saw this scene, they all raised their heads and shouted towards the sky. They couldn't help but kowtow towards the Tao god list. This place was in an uproar. Ancient kings have fallen one after another, and the aura of great ancient emperors has surged out. The jade pool is truly daring. Did they use the immortal tier green golden pagoda? Within a majestic ancient mountain range, an ancient king released a low roar. He gazed towards the jade pool's direction, his eyes emitting a terrifying radiance. Aim the ancient imperial weapons at the jade pool and suppress it. An aged ancient king released a terrifying demonic voice. It was as if the prison of hell had been opened. At the same time, within another magnificent ancient mountain, someone also gave a similar order. A terrifying ancient emperor's divine might rushed into the 9 heavens and suppressed towards the jade pool. Hong Long Long. The heaven and earth were in an uproar. The entire northern region was on the verge of collapse. All the powerful cultivators were terrified. They looked towards the void, their souls trembling. On this day, countless living beings in the northern region trembled in fear. The ancient emperor weapon was reviving, causing everyone to be terrified to the extreme. A tsunami-like sound surged towards the jade pool. It was as if a star field was collapsing, trembling, and then falling down. The extreme imperial weapon pressed down, and its boundless might boiled. The ancient emperor's magical weapon is here. A strand of divine will enter the jade pool. You dare to blaspheme it? The white-robed divine king shouted, his voice shaking all directions. Boom! At the same time, a blood-red divine furnace rushed out of divine King Zhang's body. Divine phoenixes cried together, and the scarlet clouds were intoxicating. Immortal brilliance rose. Eternal universe furnace. He carried the eternal universe emperor's weapon on him. At the same time, the jade pool's west imperial pagoda released a heaven-reaching green brilliance. It broke free from the small world and floated in the sky, dripping down tens of thousands of silk ribbons. Boom! In another direction, an ancient mirror rushed into the sky, shining through the ancient worlds. It was as if it wanted to reopen heaven and earth. Ji family's Void Emperor's weapon also appeared. This ancient mirror froze the 9 heavens and 10 earths, past, present, and future. The 3 extreme imperial weapons moved together, appearing in the sky above the jade pool, facing the 2 ancient imperial weapons in the distance. They released a world-destroying might. At this time, the investiture of the gods shone, illuminating the entire sky-connecting platform. The human cultivators didn't feel any pressure, and they could all stand. Human, are you provoking us? Using an extreme imperial weapon to kill an ancestral king. Do you know that once the ancient imperial weapons come out, your race will be exterminated? No one can stop it. A roar came from the horizon, and it was incomparably dignified. You are the ones who don't understand the situation. Do you know that great Emperor Wuxia has appeared, and the investiture of the gods has appeared? You are destroying yourselves. The white-robed divine king stood beside the eternal universe furnace and shouted, "What? Impossible! How is Wuxia still alive? How is this possible? Wuxia has already passed away for 80,000 years." Exclamations came from the distant sky. They didn't know what just happened in the jade pool, and they were bewildered and incomparably shocked. Are you questioning the dignity of the human race's great emperor? The white-robed divine king shouted. We. Before they could say anything, resplendent holy light rushed out from the jade pool, and it tore through the sky. What? You dare to attack the ancient imperial weapons? The person controlling the weapons was shocked, and he did his best to activate them. At the end of the towering mountain range, the 2 great imperial families were also shocked, and they watched nervously. the investiture of the gods rushed past, and only miserable screams could be heard, as well as a wave of heaven-overflowing divine might. Then, with a flash of light, the divine list changed direction and rushed to another place. Another wave of exclamations rang out, and the person controlling the ancient imperial weapons died a violent death, and he was crushed into ashes. Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree has appeared, and the world is subdued. Who dares to blaspheme it? A rumbling roar accompanied the heavenly Tao, and auspicious light drowned the earth, resounding throughout the northern region. All races were shocked, and at this moment, everyone knelt down. Chapter 8:28. The divine seal decree flew out and turned into an eternal divine splendor. It eliminated the owners of the two ancient imperial weapons one after the other. This was too shocking. Those who could sense the situation here were all shaken. A vast divine might covered the sky, making people involuntarily kneel down. This is the aura of a great human emperor. It really is the manifestation of an ancient great emperor. At the end of the lofty mountain range, the emperor who used the extreme ancient weapons turned pale with fright. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was frozen on the spot, and then a deep fear emerged. Just now, the ancient imperial weapon didn't even have time to revive before the holy light obliterated its owner. Everything happened too quickly and left everyone shaken. Quick! Hurry and retrieve the imperial weapon. Don't make any mistakes. Some people were anxious and scared out of their wits. This was related to extremely serious consequences. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even the ancient imperial weapon didn't have time to revive and couldn't stop it before its owner was eliminated. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. Everything showed that the ancient great emperor hadn't died yet. There was still someone alive. Otherwise, who could do all this? The ancient imperial weapons are divine. Even if they fall into the hands of others, they will still fly back. An ancient king who had lived for an unknown amount of time appeared and spoke from the depths of the lofty mountain range. What? The other party ignored them and didn't even look at them. He didn't care about the two ancient imperial weapons that were about to revive. The faces of the people from the two great imperial clans became even paler. The fear in their hearts deepened. Was this really the manifestation of an ancient great emperor? He didn't care about the fall of the two imperial weapons at all. A dazzling beam of light shot out, reaching up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. The divine splendor of an ancient great emperor covered the world. The divine seal decree erupted with endless light and an unparalleled divine might. In a flash, the light illuminated the entire northern region. It was extremely brilliant. Then, there was only darkness. It flickered for a moment and rushed into the clouds, disappearing into the 9 heavens. The divine seal decree had disappeared. This kind of power, this kind of aura, it truly is the might of an ancient emperor. In the depths of the mountain range, the expressions of the ancient clan elders were solemn to the extreme. Many people rushed into the distance and retrieved the ancient imperial weapons, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. In the distance, in the sky above the Jade Lake, the eternal universe furnace, void mirror, and eternal universe furnace shook for a while before slowly fading away. The power of creation disappeared, leaving behind only some chaotic energy. After an unknown period of time, everyone came back to their senses, and all of them subconsciously let out a long breath. However, the ancient kings kneeling on the towering platform took a long time before they slowly stood up. Their faces were as pale as paper and they swayed. After experiencing such a calamity, they were both mentally and physically exhausted. Their entire bodies were covered in sweat. The terror they felt just now was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The world was silent. No one spoke. Everyone stood there silently. None of the cultivators from the various races said anything. Today, quite a few ancient kings came, but most of them died. There weren't many left. The loss is world-shocking. If news of this got out, no one under the heavens would believe it. The appearance of the divine seal decree toppled everything. Killing ancient kings was like cutting grass. They were instantly turned to ashes, filling their bodies with fear. It was something that would be hard to forget for the rest of their lives. The ancient kings who survived were merely those who experienced it personally. They reported to the various races that Wuxia was still alive, and the most radical ones were wiped out. What exactly happened? Finally, someone arrived at the Jade Pool and asked about the changes here. After another period of time, powerful cultivators from various races appeared, all of them eager to know the truth. Everything that had happened just now had shocked many of the great powers of the northern region. Soon after, the Jade Pool was in an uproar. People could no longer remain calm. The news flew in all directions and spread to the other great regions. Everything that had happened today was a world-shaking change. Flying over thousands of mountains and rivers, crossing great rivers and grasslands, the eastern wasteland, central continent, southern mountains, northern plains, and western desert were all shaken. When the 10,000 ancient races understood everything, they immediately fell silent, unable to utter a single word. This was a great calamity for them. Within the Jade Pool, Yi Fan understood that everything that had happened was a plot. The divine kings and the others had worked together to lead it. It was the same as his previous thoughts. However, he couldn't do it because he lacked that kind of formidable strength. Meanwhile, the divine kings and the others could and had the ability to take the next step. However, he was the one who started all of this, and it was all because of him. Ever since he rang the bell of the beginning, everything had a trajectory, and the saints of the human clan had taken action to perfect his original intention. He and Wang Lin had killed the Valley of Gods, but it was like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. However, the white-robed divine king had done even more. How many ancient kings had fallen on the sky-connecting platform? The blood-soaked meeting had been fought to the point where everyone was terrified. The white-robed divine king was definitely not the only saint of the human race. They had only pushed him out to contend against the various kings alone, establishing their might and establishing an unrivaled image. Just one divine king had drawn the attention of the ancient ancestral kings, and they had fought until rivers of blood flowed. Heavenly King Skyfall had appeared, and then the God Seal list had been activated to kill the most radical ones. This was the true example of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Killing such a group of people was more intimidating than anything else, and then the God Seal list had appeared, frightening everyone with the fact that Great Emperor Wuxia was still alive. This plan was very risky, and it had almost gone out of control. The attack of two ancient imperial weapons was too dangerous. From this, one could see the strength of the ancient race. They had truly reached an unbridled level, daring to kill a sacred place like the Jade Lake. The person controlling the God Seal list must be very strong. At the very least, it should be a legendary great sage. Yi Fan thought to himself and frowned at the same time. Even if the God Seal list had been revived and had boundless divine might, it would still be extremely difficult to create the aura of a great emperor. The caster had most likely paid a great price. In particular, the God Seal list had flown away to kill the person holding the ancient imperial weapon. Even the great sage would find it difficult to break free from the shackles of time and space. Who knew how much cultivation he would have to consume? The God Seal list has killed everything. The ancient race will most likely be quiet for a long time. There will probably be a peaceful negotiation after this, Yi Fan said to himself. If a few human saints appear one after another at this time, it will undoubtedly be shocking. Yi Fan was thinking about who would appear. A divine king in white had already caused the world to darken and ghosts to cry. If a few more saints appeared after the primordial antiquity era, the deterrent effect would increase. Putting aside whether Great Emperor Wuxia's appearance was real or fake, just the appearance of a few saints was enough to make the ancient races feel extreme fear. This was because the divine king in white had demonstrated to them how unparalleled the saints who appeared when the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow them to prove their Tao were. If Yi Fan had stirred up a cool breeze, then the divine king and the others had stirred up a shocking hurricane. They had magnified what he wanted to do countless times and carried out comprehensive perfection. While he was thinking about the causes and details of this battle, the ancient races were also thinking about it. The appearance of the God Seal list had shocked many races, including the royal family. At this moment, all the races felt a bone-piercing coldness. If a great emperor of the human race was still alive, it would be useless even if they invited a few great sages and quasi-emperors to help. The God Seal list has appeared. Is Wuxia really still alive? This was a secret place that only the supreme figures of the royal family could enter. There were a few people sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were blurry as if they had almost merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Wuxia, even if he knew all the secrets of the God Seal list, knew all its profundities, and had enough time to revive it, it would still be difficult to use this kind of divine might. An extremely ancient voice came from a hazy figure of chaotic qi. It's not impossible. If two great sage or a quasi-emperor were to take action and pay the price of blood, there is a certain chance of success. Another voice sounded, as if it had traveled through the heavens. Regardless of whether it is the real Wuxia or the fake, it still proves how terrifying the human race is. There are unmatched experts still alive. At this point, this mysterious place quieted down. There were no more sounds and the blurry figures all disappeared. Everything was as Yi Fan predicted. 2 days later, a few powerful ancient kings personally came. They were no longer overbearing and seemed like they wanted to sit down and talk things over. The original representatives of the various races didn't leave. When they saw their own ancestral kings personally come and restrain their holy auras, they were all shaken. Everyone knew that a relatively peaceful era had arrived. In the future, it would be difficult for there to be any conflicts. It was just that they didn't know how long this would last. The Jade Lake Pure Land was now truly peaceful. The tense atmosphere was swept away. The human cultivators all had smiles on their faces as everything calmed down. The 9 Phoenix Ancestral King has arrived. Many ancient races were shocked. They recognized one of the participants. The one who came was a terrifying existence from the Blood Phoenix Mountain Imperial family. He was on the same level as Heavenly King Skyfall and was known as the 9 Phoenix King. During the archaic years, few were his match. His appearance triggered a huge commotion. Those who understood him all knew how terrifying he was. His name shook the archaic world. The past unmatched emperor of fighting had said that his aptitude wasn't bad. Even though it was a casual sentence, to be able to obtain the evaluation of an ancient emperor was an unmatched glory. The entire world would naturally know about this and everyone would feel reverence towards him. Then, an even greater commotion erupted, triggering a huge wave of chaos. The second saint of the human race appeared, leaving all clans shaken. The number 1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, appeared. He wore a spacious black robe that not even the heavenly eyes could see through. It was to the extent where it was unknown whether he was male or female. The human race has a second saint? All clans were shocked. A white-clothed divine king slaughtered until corpses covered the ground. The kings were all terrified, and now a second one appeared. This was undoubtedly shocking. The storm didn't stop there. Not long after, the third saint of the human race appeared, triggering another clamor. All clans were alarmed, and the human race was boiling. Even Yi Fan didn't expect this person to appear. It exceeded his expectations. He wasn't a stranger, but rather an old man he had seen before. His figure was stooped and he was incomparably old. He was the gatekeeper of the heavenly jade holy land in the northern region. No one would have expected this. He said he was a descendant of heavenly jade. I think he should be one of the lucky survivors from back then. Yi Fan was a bit dazed. He still remembered the scene of him entering the desolate stone square with the Crimson Dragon Daoist. At that time, the Crimson Dragon Daoist was startled and left. Now he understood everything. The appearance of 3 saints from the human race naturally shocked the ancient races. Many ancient kings felt restraining fear and became incomparably cautious. At this point, the effects of the battle with the white-clothed divine king were undoubtedly evident. Everything didn't stop there. Not long after, the 4th saint of the human race appeared, triggering a wave of cheers. This was a type of sudden happiness. Meanwhile, the ancient races were all dumbfounded. How could another one appear? This saint came from the extraordinary warrior manor in the central state. He was an old manor lord who had already retired for many years. His successors had already died several generations ago. The ancient races were greatly shaken by the appearance of 4 saints. After the news spread, there were immediately ancestral kings who rushed over in person because this was far beyond their expectations. Moreover, it was rumored that a great sage would come. This was an existence who was invincible in the heavens and earth. He had only lost once in his life, and that was to an undefeatable existence in the past, the Emperor of Fighting. There were many cultivators in the Jade Pool. People came and went as the meeting opened. Yi Fan saw a familiar figure. It was an exceptionally beautiful youth with red lips and white teeth. His eyes were bright and clear, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. It's her, Xiajuyo. Yi Fan was startled. He still remembered this exceptional genius. When she was 12 or 13 years old, she was already stronger than all the saint children. Now, so many years had passed, and it was unknown to what extent she had grown. The two of them had fought before. At that time, he had even smacked the butt of this cross-dressing girl. This world-shocking genius was so angry that she wanted to skin him alive. Is it really him? An old friend from back then? Not far away, the Central Emperor gazed in another direction and stood there in a daze. Yi Fan turned around and just happened to see his expression. He followed his gaze in astonishment and was immediately stupefied. The proud girl Xiajuyo was already walking in that direction while supporting an old man. It's him, the sickly old man. Yi Fan was astonished. After that, a window in his heart was suddenly pushed open, and a lot of the fog dispersed. He immediately thought of many things. The Central Emperor was someone who died early 9,000 years ago. He was sealed by the Qishir manor and was able to revive. This kind of heroic genius who died early, and the old friend he knew was naturally a hero from 9,000 years ago. Tracing back to the endless river of time, who was the most suspicious person? There was only one person, and that was the unrivaled Gai Juyo of the past. His name shook the heavens and earth, and he was someone who almost corroborated the Tao. When the genius girl Xia Juyo chose her name, she must have been influenced by him and purposely used that word. The sickly old man was Gai Juyo, and he had walked all the way from the ancient river of time to the present world. This was truly frightening. Thinking back to the various events at the Qinling Celestial Pond, the sage who had helped him was undoubtedly Gai Juyo. Only he could have used the army formula to interfere with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon and save his life. Furthermore, the investiture of the gods had left the holy cliff and appeared here. Only this human race's great sage could use the army formula to control it. The cause and effect were all connected, and Yi Fan had a feeling of sudden realization. Senior! Yi Fan quickly chased after him, extremely excited. The two people in front of him stopped. The genius girl Xia Juyo had delicate features and was stunning. She was still dressed as a man, but she was no longer as arrogant as before. Time had worn away her edges and corners. When she met Yi Fan this time, she was very calm. As for the sickly old man, he had a sickly look on his face. After seeing him, he smiled, looking very ordinary and ordinary. Senior, I've always wanted to repay your great kindness in the past, but I couldn't find any traces of you. I have the undying true dragon elixir here. It can extend your lifespan, said Yi Fan. In the past, when Gai Juyo attacked in the Qinling Mountains, he had said that his lifespan was exhausted and he was about to die. He could only use the god rule once in a very long time. After controlling the investiture of the gods, he didn't know if he had injured himself. Yi Fan was incomparably worried. If he wanted to extend his life, this great sage definitely couldn't die. Don't worry, I'm fine. Controlling the investiture of the gods was done by me and another person. Moreover, I've obtained a few king medicines so I can live for a few more years. The sickly old man smiled and was very easygoing. Yi Fan was relieved. With such a person overseeing things, there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps even the ancient race's great sage would come in person. This storm has come to an end, and there won't be any more waves. There will be a relatively peaceful period in the future. You guys should grasp it well. Chapter 829. There will be a period of relative peace, so make good use of it. Old man Gai Juyo spoke very lightly, but Yi Fan was both touched and heavy. It was really not easy to come by. This was a situation that was created by a few saints. How many people could understand the difficulties and dangers involved? They could die at any time. Especially with the attack of two ancient imperial weapons, this situation became chaotic. If it wasn't someone like Gai Juyo, who would have the courage to kill those with imperial weapons? With the revival of the ancient imperial weapons, even the great sage would die with a grudge. Even someone as powerful as Gai Juyo would not have survived if he hadn't mastered the army formula. Seniors and the others worry about the world and are worthy of respect. I didn't have to do anything before, Yifan said. No need to be modest. Gai Juyo really couldn't tell that he was a peerless figure. He looked sickly and didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert. He smiled and said, "We just perfected it." Yifan didn't say anything more. The ones who were really modest were these human saints. They must have had a detailed plan. Even though they didn't show themselves, they had foresight. A true virtuous sage would always stand at the highest peak and look at the path that the world couldn't see. Beside him, Xia Juyo was in a white dress. She was as stunning as she used to be, overshadowing even fairies. She had changed from a stubborn and willful girl to a peerless beauty. Now, many things could be understood. Back then, Xia Juyo had clamored to refine Yifan's saint blood into a treasure pill. She must have done it to prolong her master's life, but it was also out of filial piety. The sickly old man's life had dried up. This girl must have been trying to find a way to live a few more years in this world. After thinking this through, Yifan felt that the domineering girl in the past wasn't so annoying anymore. Instead, she seemed a little cute. He couldn't help but laugh. "If you dare to look at me one more time, I'll refine your eyes into magic lamps." Xia Juyo's lips curled up slightly. Her big eyes flickered with a cold light. Yifan. He was just thinking that this girl had changed and become a lot cuter, but he was immediately threatened, leaving him speechless. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Although her peerless appearance had softened a little, she still had a proud heart, and her strength had not changed. The sickly old man walked forward with the help of the genius girl. He was ready to participate in a small meeting that only the sages and ancestral kings were allowed to enter. It concerned the peace of the world in the future. Outside the Jade Pool, an ancient war chariot was approaching. It was covered with axe marks and arrow holes. It was obvious that it had gone through many bloody battles. The 9 primordial fierce beasts that were pulling the carriage all spat out divine light. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and their auras were frightening. 1 or 2 of them were close to the sage realm. "It's him, the Qilin Heaven ancestral king from the Fire Qilin Cavern has arrived." "That's right, it's the Qilin Heavenly King. He's on the same level as the 9 Phoenix King, and he's a terrifying existence that has the chance to become the great sage." During the primordial era, he moved unhindered through the various regions, and it was difficult to find a match for him. The 9 Phoenix King had been praised by the unparalleled emperor of fighting in the past, and the one who had come was naturally a blazing sun among the ancient races. Many ancient races came forward to pay their respects. They felt that the Jade Pool meeting this time was too extraordinary. Even the 9 Phoenix King and the Qilin Heaven ancestral king had arrived. It could be said that the ancient races attached great importance to this meeting. However, what was unexpected was that the Qilin Heavenly King was stunned as soon as he got off the war chariot. Then, he quickly walked forward and bowed to an old man. Many ancient race experts were stupefied. What kind of existence was the Qilin Heavenly King? He was actually bowing to an ordinary-looking old man. "Greetings, great sage Hunchuo." The moment the Qilin Heavenly King's words came out, everyone was petrified. Then, there was a putong sound as the ancient races all knelt down and called out to the great sage. This was a very ordinary old man. Rather than calling him an ancient race, it was better to say that he was a human. He looked like an old man from the countryside, and even his clothes were the same. There really was a great sage who had come. This made this meeting even more extraordinary. Everyone was shocked that such a character had appeared. One had to know that how many great sages could there be in an ancient planet? In the era when ancient emperors didn't appear, they were definitely unrivaled existences. The great sage Hunchuo's name shook the ancient times. He had only been defeated once in his life, and he was suppressed by the other party with a single hand. However, this wasn't shameful at all, because the other party was an undefeatable existence, the Emperor of Fighting, who dared to challenge the ancient emperors. Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. At that time, the ancient times were greatly shaken. Although the great sage Hunchuo mocked himself and said that he was courting death because he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, it didn't damage his prestige. Instead, it shocked the entire world. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting only laughed it off and didn't injure him. Moreover, he even said that he wasn't bad. This could be considered a type of praise and obtain the ancient emperor's approval. No one would have thought that the great sage who had only been defeated once in his life would really come. Although there were rumors, no one believed it at first. The great sage Hunchuo let the Qilin Heavenly King get up and they walked towards the Jade Lake Pure Land. He immediately saw Gai Juyo and his body trembled. He didn't let the Qilin Heavenly King accompany him anymore. He walked forward alone and caught up with the sickly old man. He said, "The human race is really admirable. What is there to talk about? Myriad races coexist and the world is at peace." Gai Juyo smiled. That's right. The emperors of the ancient times and the great emperors of the human race were all magnanimous and said similar things. The great sage Hunchuo nodded and sighed. He said, "It's better for the characters above the great sage to not appear in the future. Leave the world to the later generations." The sickly old man Gai Juyo also nodded and said, "I think even the great sage shouldn't appear. For example, with my old arms and legs, it's still possible for me to ruthlessly wipe out a royal family. Not to mention those vigorous ancestral kings. If they are angry, it's not impossible for them to kill millions of corpses and end a few races. For the peace of the world, for the hard-won peace, it's better to let them cultivate on their own." The great sage Hunchuo was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "We have to give the young people some chances." The old man Gai Juyo squinted his eyes and said, "The ancestral kings and sages have cultivated for many years and they all crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It's useless to engage in so-called life and death battles to break through. Didn't the strongest bloodline of the ancient emperors awaken in this generation? I'm looking forward to it. Aren't the most outstanding prodigies of the myriad races also full of vigor? They all need a stage, so let's leave the world to them." There are indeed a few bloodlines of the ancient emperors. 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. Their talents are rare throughout the ages. The princes of the human race weren't all used up during the Dark Age, right? In such a great era, the path of the ancient emperors paved with blood and bones is really cruel. The great sage Hunchuo muttered to himself. The central emperor watched Gai Juyo disappear into the distance. There was a moment of silence before he sighed softly. Although they were old acquaintances, he didn't go forward to meet them. Everyone had their own different path. Life experiences were different, so the trajectory was also different. As long as one's life had not reached its end, there would be all kinds of possibilities. Everyone was the only protagonist in their own life, but at the same time, they were also the supporting characters and passers-by in the lives of others. Yi Fan sat quietly at the Jasper Lake. He waited for a long time, but the old woman of the same generation as the crazy old man didn't appear. He sighed. An era had come to an end. Such a sage had fallen in the birthplace of the northern celestial light. However, no one knew that the sage's later years were like this. It was more or less miserable, and there wasn't even someone to send her off. Withering, the curtain had come to an end. The wind rose, and the fallen flowers drifted. Although there was a delicate fragrance, it was very sad and beautiful. An era had come to an end. The wind grew stronger, and all kinds of petals fell and withered. Yi Fan sat alone for a long time and felt a chill. In the end, only the sage and the ancestral king were discussing. Outsiders didn't know what kind of quarrel they were having, but there were occasional bursts of anger and coercion, indicating that the scene was not peaceful. "Little Yi, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Come, let's go drink." Li Tian walked over, his eyes sizing up the various beauties as he laughed. "Little Yi, let's go." Drink to your heart's content today, and the future will finally be peaceful. Then, damn it, let's go kill that heavenly prince and that watermelon yuan gu. Li Heishui also walked over, hugging a wine jar and burping. Yi Fan smiled and walked back with them. In front of them, the southern demon, Qi Huashui, the central emperor, Ji Ziyue, the Jasper Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, the monkey, and the divine silkworm Daoist were drinking together. It was very lively. Duanda was playing the role of a useless advisor, giving random ideas to Dongfang Man, urging him to challenge the heavenly prince and kill him to avenge his brother. As soon as he returned, Li Tian was filled with all kinds of jealousy and hatred. He saw his senior brother Yan Ishi drinking with a girl from the far ancient imperial family. Damn it, a real primordial divine girl. People like my senior brother should be struck by lightning. With him here, I lack a sense of existence. Li Tian was indignant. She's the sister of the fire unicorn. Yan Ishi said this as if nothing had happened. He was dressed in white, and his face was like jade, otherworldly and refined. What? Ancient imperial bloodline? Don't provoke her. Li Tian's expression changed. He then said, "Leave it to me from now on." Everyone was speechless. In the distance, a girl in purple walked by. Duanda immediately poked Yi Fan and said, "Purple Mansion Saintess, innate Dao embryo, this is a good opportunity. Knock her out and carry her away. In the future, we can cultivate a second Wuxia." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Suddenly, there was chaos outside the Jade Lake Pure Land. It was as if chickens were flying and dogs were jumping about. Someone was cursing and the faint barking of dogs could be heard. At this moment, Yi Fan jumped up with an incomparably excited expression and said, "It's the Black Emperor. How can this be? I saw it die with my own eyes. It was killed for us." Li Heishui's mood immediately became downcast. "It's him, there's no mistake." Yi Fan rushed out. Seeing this, the others also stood up and followed. Outside the Jade Lake, a big black dog was sticking out its red tongue. It was as robust as a bull, and its black fur was shiny like silk. Black Emperor! Yi Fan was excited. It really was him. "You are still alive." Li Heishui was also excited and rushed over. Everyone was dumbfounded. This dog really wasn't dead and had come out alive and kicking. His life was truly tenacious. "Why is there a ruckus as soon as you appear?" Behind them, someone laughed and said excitedly, "Puma, everyone's eyes are on me. The wind and clouds move for me, and heaven and earth cry for me. Only a place with me will there be glory." The big black dog was arrogant and boasted shamelessly. His skin was extremely thick. Boom! Within the Jade Lake, another wisp of the aura of a saint erupted. The noise was so loud that many people heard the sound of the ancestral king's meeting. No, absolutely not. Why can't a saint-level figure make a move? Why? Everyone was shocked. Clearly, a deadlock had appeared in the meeting. When the Black Emperor who had just arrived at the Jade Lake heard these roars, his expression immediately became solemn, and his entire body shone. "I'm going to do something big." After saying this, he spat out a golden paper that was extremely brilliant, and the aura of a supreme great emperor rushed out. "What is this?" Yi Fan asked in surprise. "Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree." The Black Emperor said solemnly. "What, this really is? That's right, it really is." The Black Emperor nodded seriously. Chapter 830. Really, this decree is real? Li Heishui felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed with difficulty, feeling incredulous. This golden paper was majestic, sacred, and auspicious. The aura it emitted made people want to bow down. This kind of thing was difficult to imitate. It was definitely an artifact of an ancient emperor. How is this possible? Is there really an emperor alive in the present world? Even the monkey was shocked, as if he had heard that the emperor of fighting had been resurrected. The large black dog raised his massive head proudly. His entire body was radiating with divine light, and it could be said that he was a dignified and divine being. Of course. Let me see what's written on it. Yi Fan stretched out his hand. He was excited. Intuitively, he knew this was a divine paper. This involves the mysteries of the heavens, and not just anyone can see it. Seeing that we're all acquaintances, just give me a holy fruit or half a stalk of undying divine medicine and I'll let you see it carefully. The Black Emperor put on airs, bared his white teeth, and said in a very confident manner. Sure enough, his nature was hard to change. Yi Fan went up to snatch it, but his mind was shaken. There was a kind of emperor's might that made him feel very uncomfortable. I'll give you half price because we are acquaintances. If that damned fatty who steals graves all day wants to see it, everything will be doubled. The large black stared at Duanda. Wuxia is still alive. This is too ridiculous. The heartless Daoist rubbed his nose. At this time, Yi Fan had already held the Wuxia decree in his hand. The divine paper was surrounded by light, making his body look auspicious and sparkling. He turned it over and over, feeling a kind of vastness and majesty. He was engulfed by a sacred light, but he didn't see any words. How is it? Stunned, right? Do you not recognize the words on it? Do you need me to teach you the Supreme Emperor's language? The large black dog said arrogantly. What's written on it? Let me see. Li Tian couldn't wait. He took it from Yi Fan's hand and stared at it for a long time. This wordless heavenly scroll is so King profound. Really? Let me have a look. Duanda came over to have a look, but at the same time he was very vigilant in case of being bitten by the dogs. Based on my many years of experience in tomb raiding, this wordless heavenly book doesn't have any King words. Fatty Duan came to this conclusion. Damn dog, are you messing with us? Woof, I took the wrong card. Sorry, it should be the other card. The large black dog scratched his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. To think that I thought it was a wordless heavenly book? What a waste of my sincerity and respect. It turns out that it's just a blank piece of paper. Li Tian was the most indignant. I came here in a hurry, so I grabbed a few more. I didn't think that I would make a mistake just now, the large black dog explained guiltily. What, a few at once? Isn't that too cheap? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't doubt me, the large black dog said. This time, it's definitely the real deal. Once it appears, everyone will have to pay their respects to it. Are you all ready? Go to hell, you took a stack of decrees at once. Who would believe you? Even Li Heishui cast a vote of disbelief. The large black dog spat out divine papers in succession, and they were all wordless heavenly books. The papers flickered with holy light, and had the aura of an ancient emperor. However, they were all wordless. Damn dog, you really know how to mess things up. Yi Fan wanted to kick him. Only Duanda kept the papers, wanting to take them for himself. His eyes shone with a thieving light, and he said, Good stuff, there are really a lot of papers specially used by ancient emperors. Fatty, if you dare to swallow one, I'll bite you 10,000 times and take you as my human pet. The large black dog spat out the papers as he threatened fiercely, and said, These are all used by me to make my bed. Really King extravagant. The eyes of the habitual tomb raider Duanda were bloodshot. You really have Wuxia's decree? Li Heishui was doubtful. Boom. Suddenly, the whole heaven and earth trembled, and a majestic aura spread out. A divine paper shone brilliantly, and it had an unusual aura compared to the other papers. That's it. They walked into the Jade Lake, and along the way, many people felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if they were facing an eternal monument, and they almost all knelt down. This time, the large black dog held his head high. He didn't have to pretend to be dignified and holy anymore. This piece of paper illuminated every inch of his body, and his whole body shone with dazzling holy light. Be careful, I'm going to use my divine power. At this moment, he only used a little bit of his divine power, and this piece of paper instantly seemed to have a life of its own. Boom! A terrifying wave spread out, instantly surging like a vast ocean, engulfing the Jade Lake. A few ancient characters appeared on the divine paper, profound and difficult to read. Above the 9 heavens, streaks of auspicious light descended, and treasured lotuses grew on the ground. All kinds of multicolored light rose, and it was a scene of holiness that engulfed the large black dog in the center. To be more precise, it entwined the decree, turning it into an eternal light. This kind of aura couldn't be faked, and it belonged to an ancient emperor. It wasn't a divine power that could suppress the heavens, but it was as majestic as the vast ocean. Indistinctly, celestial music could be heard, and in the distance, all kinds of spirit beasts began to fly, and all the flowers in the Pure Land immediately bloomed. The decree of an ancient emperor has arrived. In the Jade Lake, many ancient kings stood up in shock, and even the saints of the human race were no exception. Their senses were the clearest, and with their cultivation levels, it was easy for them to come into contact with Dao marks of this level. There isn't the intimidation of extreme divine power, but it can't be wrong. This is the unique aura of an existence like the archaic emperor. An ancient king said with a trembling voice. Let's go and take a look. Great sage Hunchuo was very calm. He stood up and walked out. Gai Juyo also stood up and walked out with the others. They could clearly see a divine paper floating in front of them, and a large dog with its head held high was enveloped by divine splendor. There were 4 words on the decree, and they were intimidating. The strokes were vigorous, and the pressure made it hard for one to breathe. And this kind of spiritual pressure was something that only ancient kings would feel fear, and their bodies broke out in cold sweat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to feel this kind of spiritual pressure, and it was difficult for them to trigger this kind of spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the more horrified they would be. Is this really the decree of an ancient emperor? An ancient king asked with a trembling voice. Indeed. The Black Emperor was incomparably arrogant and said loudly, "This emperor will personally read out Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree." Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree. As soon as these words came out, the Jade Lake immediately exploded, and everyone couldn't help but cry out. They all stared in this direction, at the Black Emperor, and immediately flared up. The divine paper shone with boundless brilliance, becoming more and more resplendent, illuminating the heaven and earth. The holy splendor scattered to every corner, making people feel reverence and peace. For you, how can you be sure that this is Wu Shi's decree? An ancient king asked. You asked the right question. Listen up, this is the first time this emperor has revealed his true identity in the world. The Black Emperor swept his gaze in all directions, and standing on the high platform, he said, I am the mountain protector Black Emperor under Great Emperor Wu Shi. The Jade Lake quieted down, and everyone stared forward, looking at the decree, and they were indescribably amazed. The ancient race's people frowned even more. The word emperor had a special meaning, and this dog was so rebellious, daring to use such a name. It made them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. You guys still don't know who it is? There are some ancient records that Great Emperor Wu Shi adopted a young dog in his later years. Duan spoke from within the crowd. It's him. I've heard of this kind of secret before. A few sect master-level figures said in shock. The Jade Lake immediately became noisy. A dog caused a huge commotion, bringing along Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. Nonsense! This emperor is a natural-born sacred emperor, the reincarnation of a deity. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. What mountain protector Black Emperor? It was definitely a mountain protector beast, magnified endlessly by it. Yi Fan and the others cursed inwardly, but they were also quite shocked. This was the first time the Black Emperor revealed his origins. What words are those? Why can't we decipher them? An ancient king was endlessly bewildered. They had long realized that this was the work of a great emperor. These are the special words used by ancient emperors and great emperors after comprehending the Tao. Great sage Hunchuo said. After carefully studying it, he read out those ancient words and said, There is no saint under the heavens. Correct, there is no saint under the heavens. Gai Juyo also said, This. The group of people sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them stunned. Was this the meaning of Great Emperor Wu Shi? He issued this kind of decree, leaving everyone shaken. If you don't believe me, you guys can take a look. The Black Emperor was extremely generous, bringing out the divine paper. The group of ancient kings were horrified, all of them retreating, and only after a long time did they slowly surround it. After watching for a long time, not a single person said anything, all of them silent. A great emperor was still alive. Was he going to seal them? I've already said before, saints should hide their cultivation, leave this world to the youngsters. Gaijio said. Great sage Hunchuo's expression was cold and he said, good, good, good. The myriad races will coexist, and the future will be very peaceful. They invited this decree into the secret land of the Jade Lake, and continued to discuss. However, the style had already been decided, and no matter how noisy the people outside were, everything was about to come to an end. In a place where no one was around, Yi Fan grabbed one of the Black Emperor's large ears, and asked seriously, is Great Emperor Wu Shi really still alive? Of course, Great Emperor Wu Shi is peerless in the heavens and earth, and he wanted to suppress the celestial capital. Unfortunately, he left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and could not be found. He was lonely for tens of thousands of years, invincible in the long river of time, the large black dog replied with certainty. Where is he? Li Tian's eyes shone, and he couldn't help but move closer, asking as if they were close friends. How would I know? I haven't seen him for many tens of thousands of years. He has probably entered the celestial realm, the Black Emperor said. The group of people were petrified, and then they all pounced, grabbing his neck. At the same time they asked, where did that decree come from? F***ck, you are all blaspheming the great Black Emperor. Let go. The Black Emperor coughed. Hurry up and tell me, where did that decree come from? The group of people were strangling him to the point where his eyes were about to roll back. I said, let go. That was written by Great Emperor Wu Shi more than 100,000 years ago, and I used it as a bed cushion. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue and revealed the truth. The group of people were all dumbfounded. This decree had actually been taken out from a dog kennel? Could this dog be any more ridiculous? He had deceived a group of ancient kings. The decree is real and there is no mistake, but it does not mean that, the large black dog mumbled. The phrase, there is no saint in the world, was not aimed at all the saints in the world, but rather at a kind of moral character. There was no one in the world who could become a saint, and there was no perfect person in the world. The heaven and earth are damaged, and humans are also flawed. A flawless person will be destroyed, and immortals will no longer exist. The Black Emperor muttered and said a few words. Back then, he had not heard it clearly, and only remembered a few words. Do immortals not exist? Duanda muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head, saying that this was impossible. Great Emperor Wu Shi said that there are no immortals in this world. I think he saw a place where there were immortals, so he disappeared, ascended, and went to another world, the large black dog said. Damn dog, just how many secrets are you still hiding from us? Hurry up and tell us. Yi Fan did not let go. Brat, you ran away for 12 years. What exactly did you encounter in the realm of stars? Hurry up and tell us. The large black dog retorted. The Jade Lake meeting soon came to an end. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 5 regions spread out. There were no saints in the world, and the world was about to be at peace. Is this a sign of peace? I think it's the opening of the path of blood. The bloodline of the ancient emperors has not been depleted. Is the son of the great emperor of the ancient ages about to be born? Some people who had cultivated for a long time immediately smelled the scent of blood. Brat, let go of me. This time, I have suppressed all the races, and in terms of merit, I am the greatest. Regarding everything related to the investiture of the gods and great Emperor Wu Shi, I have silently made an enormous contribution, enough to shock the heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The Black Emperor shouted, I want to ask you, where did little Nan Nan go? She ascended. The Black Emperor's words caused Yi Fan to stumble in shock, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 8:31. Little Nan Nan had ascended. When this news came out, not only did Yi Fan stagger, the others were also stunned and couldn't speak for a while. Who are you lying to? Tell me, where did she go? Did you lose her? Yi Fan grabbed his black hair that was like a lion's mane. It's true, I swear I didn't say anything false. I saw it with my own eyes. Flowers floated in the sky, and celestial music played. Then, she flew into the sky, and I couldn't catch up to her no matter how hard I tried. The large black dog pointed at the sky and swore. That year, Wu Zhongken, Li Heishui, and the others were ambushed, and Lu Ko was directly blasted into a bloody pulp. If the large black dog hadn't appeared in time, everyone would have been killed. That time was too dangerous. First, there was the inheritor of the demonic heaven-devouring art, then there was the winged servant of the heavenly prince, this mountain eagle. Finally, there was the mysterious and unknown incomplete 9 apertures creature, the large rock head. It was truly terrifying. The Black Emperor saved them with formation patterns, but he was hit by someone. A divine light entered the region gate and slashed him out of the void. Even if he had iron bones, he was still broken into pieces. Little Nan Nan fell from his body and cried loudly. She shook him with her 2 little hands, calling him to wake up. She lay on his body and cried her heart out. Yi Fan could imagine that scene. Little Nan Nan treated him and the Black Emperor as the closest people. At that time, he wasn't by her side, and only a large dog accompanied her. Little Nan Nan must have been heartbroken. Later, the pursuers approached. The large black dog recounted the events of the past, and was slightly disappointed. Little Nan Nan was sorrowful. She cried as she tried to carry him on her back and run. She stumbled and kept falling. I will definitely kill those people. Yi Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally, the man and the dog were surrounded. But at that moment, Little Nan's small body actually emitted a brilliant light. The heavens descended, and celestial music played. It was as if she had ascended, and she soared into the sky with the Black Emperor. No one could catch up. When we reached the outer realm, her tears immediately helped me recover. That feeling was too mysterious. Even now, the Black Emperor still felt that it was inconceivable. Then, it was swept down from the sky by a streak of Dao light, falling into a great wasteland. It survived. At that moment, the Black Emperor seemed to have gone mad as he carved the Great Emperor's remnant marks. It was rare for him to be accurate, and he directly arrived in outer space, returning to that place. However, he never saw Nan Nan again. Ever since that day, he had completely lost track of her. Over the years, the Black Emperor had spent most of his time in the sky above this ancient star, but in the end, he had never seen little Nan Nan again. Why is it like this? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Poor little Nan Nan. Ji Ziyue said softly. She really liked this little one. She always wanted to tease her, but she disappeared just like that. The others also frowned. Many of them had seen the little girl before. She was obedient and cute, never growing up, yet she disappeared just like that. Everyone was worried. Ascend to heaven? Who could believe it? Don't worry, I feel that no one in this world can kill her. There is a special characteristic on her body that I have only sensed from one person in my life. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan finally knew why the greedy and arrogant big black dog was willing to be little Nan Nan's mount. It was a pity that he couldn't see that little girl anymore. Everyone gathered together and talked about their own experiences, and the Black Emperor also revealed many secrets. Gu Tanshu was still alive. This was another piece of earth-shattering news that the Black Emperor revealed after admitting that he had followed Great Emperor Wuxia. This time, they could enter the Holy Cliff because the Black Emperor understood the killing formation there and told them the various secrets of the investiture of the gods. Gai Jiuyo and Gu Tianshu were able to solve the mystery. Of course, the two of them also borrowed an extreme emperor weapon and temporarily suppressed it on the Holy Cliff. Now, they should have retrieved the investiture of the gods when they returned. The saints have sacrificed a lot and done many things, but they have never mentioned it. It is not something that outsiders can understand. They felt respect in their hearts, but they also became more aware of their own shortcomings. They needed to quickly increase their strength during this rare period of peace. I can sense the aura of the Tai Sovereign Sword, the great Xia Prince said. The little nun also nodded seriously. That kind of power was connected to their bloodline. Everyone was shocked. There was still an extreme emperor weapon in the Jade Lake. If they really fought, the North region would be flattened. The human race had prepared a lot. It is undeniable that in this world, some forces only care about themselves. They don't care about what will happen after their death. However, the great sects are still very responsible and will look far ahead, Ji Haoyue said. If they really fought, the ancient race would definitely suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, they have more than one great sage. Even if they killed great sage Hunchuo and the ancient kings present, it would be useless, Yao Yuekong said. In the end, the Jade Lake meeting came to an end, and people from all sides left in batches. Of course, there were still many people who had not left. Many familiar people gathered and drank to their heart's content. After all, a rare period of peace had arrived. A person with a very high status found Yi Fan. It was Lin Daochen, the vice manor lord of the Qishir Manor. He told him that in a few years, a path to the outer realm would be opened. After so many years, the Qishir Manor finally made a decision. They once again invited Yi Fan and told him that if he was interested, he could make a trip to the Central Plains. 9 great accomplishments Saint Physiques. How many of them have set foot on this path, and some have returned alive? The reason why the Azure Emperor could prove his Tao in the post-antiquity era is also related to this path. The shortest is a year's worth of cultivation, and the longest is a lifetime in the outer realm. Lin Daochen didn't say much and only left these 3 sentences before leaving. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly raised his head and found that Lin Daochen had also gone to find the Wavering Light Saint Child, the Southern Demon, and the Central Emperor. The final selection hasn't been decided yet, or will the people going this time surpass the previous ones? Yi Fan was astonished. Even that bastard Duanda had been found. Even the Ji clan's little moon was one of the candidates. She was quite open and had a bright smile on her face, looking eager to try. Pang Bo had once told him that the journey to the outer realm was a path stained with blood. Since ancient times, only a few people had returned alive. I say, Lord Black Emperor, look over there. There's a fellow that suits you quite well. Li Tian pointed in the distance. It was an ancient creature with a dog's head, a human's body, and a pair of pure white divine wings on its back. A divine halo enveloped its head, making it look quite holy. Too ugly, the Black Emperor said with his tongue hanging out. Immediately, a terrifying pressure spread over. The divine halo around the dog-headed angel's body became even more resplendent as it looked over coldly. Don't say any more, it's a bit smelly. Damn, too bad it's a male. The Black Emperor cursed drunkenly. Bang. The group of people were sent flying. The place where they were drinking exploded, and the ancient creature left the Jade Lake. This is an expert from the heavenly dog race. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden warned them not to speak carelessly. Finally, it was time to part. Yi Fan and the others were going to leave this pure land together. In the coming period of time, the 10,000 races would reproduce and recuperate. There wouldn't be any great battles, but no one could relax. The Black Emperor was drunk. His tongue was hanging out and he stood up straight. He was actually together with Duanda, and the two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. It was very disharmonious. The two of them didn't have much of a natural disposition. It was quite strange for them to be together like this. No matter how one looked at it, they were a pair of greedy and shameless people. I am lightning, I am light, I am the only legend. The Black Emperor howled dryly, startling countless wild ducks. Break and then establish and then break. The elephant is formless. The Lord is nowhere to be seen. I am your only sacred emperor. Duanda also howled drunkenly. Then, the two bastards finally revealed their true colors. They fought against each other, attacking each other secretly, seizing each other's treasures, god weapons, and other things. F***C, tomb robber, don't think that I don't know that you've been eyeing the Purple Mountain for so many years. You dare to covet my nest? If I don't bite you to death, my human pet will tremble in fear, woof. Damn dog, don't think that I don't know your background. The limit of a great elite is fake. You break and then establish and you go back and forth. You always want to steal my heaven-engulfing demonic lid. My uncle boundless celestial being. You dare to attack me. Neither of them were kind people, and once they were together, they would definitely fight to the death. However, the others didn't try to dissuade them. Instead, they clapped their hands and cheered them on. After so many years, the large black dog had already become a supreme great elite, and was even close to the severing Dao tier. Meanwhile, Duanda was also strange and unfathomable. It was impossible to tell how powerful he was, and he fought evenly with the large black dog. Both of their objectives were to seize treasures, and the secret techniques they used were unheard of. They could capture ancient weapons from the bodies of others. In the end, the large black dog stopped first and solemnly announced a ceasefire. Then he ran off into the distance. In front of him were the people from the various holy lands. They were about to carve formation patterns and leave. There were many young disciples among them, and a purple-robed young woman among them was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She was innately compatible with the Tao, and if she didn't deliberately suppress her aura, it would be like a heavenly curtain pouring down from the sky. Even so, she was still surrounded by all kinds of light of the Tao, and she was indescribably holy and otherworldly. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended into the world. She was the holy daughter of the Purple Mansion. The large black dog was wearing a pair of flowery underpants, and he ran over on his hind legs. He was incredibly fervent, and he said, "For the sake of quelling the chaos, for the peace of the entire ancient planet, and for the future of the human race, please give birth to an innate saint body Tao fetus." Outside the Jade Lake, the various forces were petrified, and the people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and there was a deathly silence. However, this didn't last for too long. The people from the Purple Mansion all shouted, and all kinds of light flew out toward the Black Emperor, causing him to cover his head and scurry away. Of course, they didn't kill him. Now, everyone knew that he was a divine dog that followed Great Emperor Wuxia. If they really killed him, there might be a great calamity. I'm serious. Great Emperor Wuxia asked me to find a successor, and it has to be an innate saint body Tao fetus, the large black dog said in a fervent voice from afar. You're not lying? If that's the case, I ask the Supreme Great Emperor to issue a decree. To everyone's surprise, a living fossil from the Purple Mansion Holy Land actually said such a thing. Of course it's true. To tell you the truth, Great Emperor Wuxia himself has an innate saint body Tao fetus. Otherwise, how could he have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and become invincible? He wandered through the endless river of time, lonely and unmatched. He needs someone with the same physique to inherit his Tao fetus. The large black dog swore solemnly, and he almost cursed himself. There was a fervent expression on his face, and he moved closer to the people from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, speaking so loudly that his saliva flew everywhere. Pang! Little Moon of the Ji clan made a move. This was a rare instance of violence. She borrowed an extra-large divine hammer from Duanda. It was even larger than a house, and she smashed it on the back of the Black Emperor's head, causing him to faint. "Brother, drag our dog home and throw him into the woodshed." Ji Ziyue threw down the large hammer, clapped her hands, and summoned Ji Haoyue. "It's fine, leave it to me. Brother Duan is also a brother. I don't have any other strong points, but I'm good at excavating the remaining value, and I can use my eyes to discern the beauty of the world." The unscrupulous Daoist priest stepped forward, wanting to strip the large black dog clean. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, if the black dog woke up, he would definitely go crazy, and the entire north region would hear the dogs barking every night. "Let's go, everyone. May we meet again." The prince of the great Xia, the little nun in white, Yao Yuekong, and the others left one after another. "Let's go as well. What plans does little Yi have for the future?" Li Heishui asked. "I want to establish an incomparably great sect," Yi Fan said. "Let's establish a sect together and choose 2 neighboring mountains." These days, if one isn't a sect master, they don't even have the confidence to get close to an archaic divine girl, Li Tian said, sighing that the archaic divine girl was too powerful and it was a little hard for him to handle. They hadn't walked far, and the Jade Lake behind them could still be vaguely seen. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance appeared in the void. A sword sealed the sky. This was a fatal blow. A demon's sword dripping with blood was as fast as lightning, stabbing towards the top of Yi Fan's head. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it escaped his spiritual senses. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die, and there was no way to evade it at all. It was exceptionally sharp, and this was a thunderous strike from a king of assassins. At this moment, Yi Fan surprisingly calmed down. His heart was empty, and his body was like a green rainbow. He used the line formula, and by a hair's breadth, he evaded this attack, shifting thousands of meters away. Pooh! However, blood splattered. It was as though someone had long predicted that he would flee here. An assassin king of assassins appeared from the void, piercing a demon sword that was dripping with blood into Yi Fan's body. Little Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue exclaimed in shock. She instantly rushed over, and the others also acted. Don't come over, all of you retreat. Yi Fan roared, his voice like thunder, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. If it was someone else, their body and soul would have long since been destroyed. Because although the two who acted were extremely old, they had already succeeded in the third slash of immortals, and were incomparably terrifying. Such characters could be said to be a fatal blow to a second-level immortal foundation cultivator. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to revive. Only the saint physique was special. His flesh was incomparably tough, withstanding the impact of a king-level expert, not allowing the laws to dissipate, and forcibly breaking that demon sword. However, Yi Fan was also bleeding profusely. He was injured, and his golden saint blood was dazzling to the eyes. His blood chi rumbled like thunder, rumbling and seething. Hell, the mortal world, the two of us cannot live under the same sky. Yi Fan pointed to the heavens and swore. The others were also enraged. At this critical juncture, the ancient killer god dynasty actually wanted to strangle the saint physique of the human race. This caused the eyes of everyone to turn red as their anger soared to the heavens. As expected, there are all kinds of people. Even Duanda's countenance changed. For the sake of the human race, some great sects didn't hesitate to fight to the death, doing their best to resolve the crisis. Even taking out an emperor-ranked weapon was nothing. But for some great sects, they didn't care about what would happen after his death. From the start to the end, they only cared about their own benefits, afraid that the saint physique would grow stronger and uproot them. When the Prince of Grand Xia said that the Grand Sovereign Sword was also in the Jasper Lake, everyone was still sighing. The radiance of humanity was always very resplendent, but in the blink of an eye, they encountered such a thing. F***ck, little Yi Fan risked his life to enter the Violet Mountain and did so much. Where are these inhumane bastards? When everything calmed down, they actually acted against him. They deserve death. Li Heishui was infuriated. The rise of a supreme sect would always be accompanied by a storm of blood. In the next 100 years, let's build Yi Fan's supreme sect on the ruins of the mortal world and hell. Li Tian spoke. Chapter 8:32. Qi. The killer god imperial court's person turned into an afterimage. A blood sword appeared in front of him, breaking through the restrictions of time and space. Killing intent pervaded the air. He still didn't give up and unleashed a thunderous attack. Chung. Sparks flew in all directions like a meteor shower. The instant Yi Fan evaded with the row technique, he pointed out a finger radiance to probe this person. The blood sword patterns didn't move in the slightest and only released chong-chong sounds. Biting cold killing intent and heaven overflowing killing intent were like a group of archaic vicious beasts charging crazily, engulfing the wasteland as they charged over. The other killer king also arrived. Their attack didn't work, but they didn't leave. Instead, they wanted to use their king-level power to suppress and kill Yi Fan. When one was powerful to this degree, killing sect masters was like cutting grass. I was just waiting for you guys to come. Yi Fan was truly angry. He did everything he could to deal with the archaic king race, yet in the end he was treated like this. He didn't use heavenly tribulation because he didn't want to use it up now. However, he wasn't willing to let these two go either, even if they were terrifying immortal kings. Hong. In the distance, the monkey took action. He brandished a large iron rod that was full of bumps and hollows. It wasn't very smooth. This was an archaic vicious weapon from back then. He turned into a streak of golden light and rushed over, smashing towards one of the killer kings. He was already at the third immortal severing Dao. Even though he had just stepped into it, he was still the son of an ancient emperor. His strength was great enough to catch up to kings who had cultivated for many years. One of them immediately gave up on Yi Fan and went up to block the monkey. He wanted to stall for time and let the other kill Yi Fan. He thought that nothing unexpected would happen because the immortal king killed sect masters as easily as plucking flowers. Yi Fan didn't have anything to hide. He immediately brought out that divine shell. He definitely wouldn't let these two go. Like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, a wave of blood energy pierced through the heavens. A majestic pressure pervaded the air. From the distance, it looked like a great golden furnace that immediately covered this place. Holy might! An unstoppable holy might! Go! This killer king was immediately horrified. He quickly called out to the other person and turned around to run. They would never face those who surpassed themselves head-on. They focused on assassination. None of you will leave today. Yi Fan roared furiously. With a loud roar, a golden ripple rushed out like a vast sea. Pooh! The king of assassins coughed up a large mouthful of blood on the spot and almost fell from the sky. Although it was not a saint's law, it was still a sonic boom of this level. He naturally could not withstand it. That's right. None of you can escape. Monkey swung his cudgel and chased after another king of assassins. Whoosh! The two killer kings entered the void, disappearing from where they stood. However, Yi Fan sneered and chased after him with the row formula. This kind of secret technique was useless against him because he had already read the ancient scrolls of the celestial court. Boom! At this moment, he didn't need to use any laws. He punched out and the golden blood energy surged forward like a divine sea. Pooh! The void collapsed, and a person spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell out. He didn't even look back as he continued to flee. The blood sword in his hand was broken, and one of his arms was bent beyond recognition. You really did obtain the legacy of the celestial court. King of Killers growled. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and spoke the six-syllable mantra. His physical body hummed and trembled slightly. Suddenly, a golden wave rushed out and caused the void in front to collapse. Ah! King of Killers screamed miserably. His divine laws couldn't injure this sacred shell, and he was seriously injured once again. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a cold glint as he used the row formula. His body turned into a beam of light and arrived in front of the King of Killers. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the King of Killers. In terms of speed, none of the current kings could compare to him. There was simply no hope of escaping. Yi Fan grabbed him back like a little chick. In the distance, the monkey was bewildered. Although the fiery eye's golden clarity hadn't been shaken off by that King of Killers, he was also about to disappear. He couldn't completely break through Hell's concealment technique. Boom! Yi Fan arrived and blasted that shriveled figure out of the void with a punch. He then followed up with a heaven-overturning seal. Ah! With a loud cry, this person's bones were also broken. In the end, the monkey's jet-black cudgel also smashed down, smashing half of his body. Yi Fan was like dragging dead dogs. He placed the two killers together. They were both heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their bodies were spasming. We risked our lives to enter the Purple Mountain and did our best to suppress the Divine Spirit Valley. Patriarch Origin Heaven even lost his life. Where were you guys at that time? We just got a peaceful period, but you guys can't sit still anymore and want to kill me. I'll skin you guys alive. Yi Fan's foot almost squashed one of their heads. His heart was filled with rage. He had paid a lot, but these two assassin organizations had come to assassinate him at this juncture. It made it hard for him to calm down. There's something wrong with these two. They've reached the three immortals slaying Dao, but they're not that strong. There seems to be a problem somewhere. The monkey was quite sharp. They're half-primordial spirits. Duanda walked over and searched their bodies with great familiarity. In the end, he kicked them twice and said, "They're kings of assassins, but they don't even have a decent treasure." The important figures of the god dynasty of assassins were all very cautious. They would always leave a path of survival for themselves. These two king bodies were shells left behind by their predecessors. They weren't their true bodies. They were only half-primordial spirits. No wonder. I was wondering why they were so weak. They don't match the strength of kings at all, the monkey said. Yi Fan reached out with a large hand and stripped their primordial spirits. In the end, their heads exploded on the spot and turned to dust. Not only are they ruthless to their enemies, but they're also ruthless to themselves. Half of their primordial spirits have been destroyed just like that. Li Heishui sighed. Hell, the human world, if you don't erase your names, then I will. Yi Fan looked into the distance and said with a powerful voice. Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were either dead, injured, or missing. Their hatred had long since been irreconcilable. What do we do now? Do we establish an unparalleled sect or go find the secret place of the two god dynasties? Li Heishui asked. They all felt that they should first use their own connections to find various clues about the two god dynasties and understand them thoroughly. After all, it was an immortal inheritance from ancient times. In the past, I established a mining sect on a whim. Now it has moved to an oasis. We can meet there. Yi Fan gave an address in detail. The monkey was used to being alone, but he also said that he would go to the mining sect soon to help. Duanda even patted his chest and said that he would definitely find the cemetery of the ancient god dynasty of assassins and turn it upside down. Li Heishui could ask the 13 great bandits for advice, and there was no need to mention Ji Ziyue and her brother. The Ji clan most likely had top-secret information. Dongfang Man could ask the clan elders. After the large black dog woke up, his drunkenness disappeared. He bared his teeth and made a fuss, asking who had hit him. Everyone pointed at Duanda. Damn it, you guys are so mean. I'm going to escape. Duanda disappeared with a whoosh. He was the first to disappear into the horizon. Woof woof woof. The large black dog chased for hundreds of miles. He rubbed the big bump on the back of his head and returned without success. He clamored that he would definitely take Fatty Duan as a human pet in the future. In the end, they went their separate ways. Li Tian and Yan Ishi didn't understand this world. They were in the dark and could only follow Yi Fan. It's time to return the treasure. Yi Fan said. The matter of the North region was over. The ancient saints had gone into hibernation. Their cultivation was complete. The sky-devouring demonic jar had been returned to its respective owners at the Jade Pool. The sacred shell had to be returned. Once again, they came to the small world of the Green Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan and the others received a very high standard of courtesy. Many ancient demons came out to welcome them. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be careless. He performed all the necessary etiquette. Then he saw the Red Dragon Daoist, thanked the son of the Flood Dragon King, and returned the sacred shell. This was an invincible human-shaped weapon. Although the demon race was generous, they weren't so generous as to casually gift a sacred shell to others. Moreover, undercurrents were turbulent in the world. At any time, there might be a dark upheaval. The demon race really needed this sacred shell. With it to activate the weapon of the demon monarch, its power would definitely increase by several times. Do you still want Ryu to come back? If necessary, I can immediately call her back from the western desert, the Red Dragon Daoist said. There's no need. Not for a very long time. Yi Fan sighed. He told him about this trip and said, I hope that there will never be a need for Azure Emperor to come into the world. That day will never come. After saying this, Yi Fan stood up under the flickering divine brilliance of the Red Dragon Daoist. He walked out of the Great Hall and headed outside. He was going to see an old friend. The last time he came, he was filled with worry. The main reason was to borrow the sacred shell. He didn't stay for even a moment. Now, everything had finally calmed down. Who are you going to see? Li Tian asked with a mischievous smile. A demoness. The Black Emperor curled his lips. He didn't forget the demoness named Qin Yao. When the palace collapsed, he was buried alive. A cold wind blew over. Yi Fan felt his entire body go cold. He climbed up the mountain peak. The pines rustled, but the pavilion was no longer there. There was no sign of life at all. In the depths of the pine forest, there was only a lonely grave. The mound of earth wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name Qin Yao clearly engraved on it. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. When he came here again, his old friend had already passed away. They were separated forever. How could this be? He was absent-minded and then incomparably sad. After traveling for more than 10 years, he actually only saw her grave after returning. He stood in front of the grave in a daze. What? Do you feel a tinge of guilt or sadness? You could see her a few more times in the past, but you never came back. In the end, you crossed the star domain alone. A young lady in golden feather clothes appeared and said coldly. Yi Fan recognized her. Her name was Jin Yen, a demoness of this small world. Back then, she was extremely loathsome, but now he couldn't feel a trace of anger after hearing her words. There was only silence. The pines rustled. This place was very desolate and lonely. There was only a lonely grave like this. It made one feel sad. Light footsteps could be heard. 3 demonic race men appeared. They were Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Kuzhu. They were Qin Yao's pursuers back then. How did she leave? When did she die? Yi Fan asked after a long silence. She died less than 200 days ago, Bai Feng replied. What? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was about the same time as his return. She was very happy after learning of your return, but she quickly became silent again and began to cultivate bitterly, Ku Zhu said with a hoarse voice. But what exactly happened? Yi Fan looked at him. Because you and us are people of 2 different worlds. Your cultivation is too high. She did her best to catch up, but in the end, something went wrong, Ku Zhu said in a low voice. Isn't it laughable? Jin Yen wiped away her tears and placed several bouquets of pure white flowers in front of the lone grave. To you, she might just be a passerby in your life. She doesn't count for anything. But to her, it's different. The wind became stronger. The pines rustled as if they were sobbing. The lonely grave made one feel sad. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. If you had never appeared, she would have lived very well. Perhaps she would have already become Dao companions with one of Big Brother Ku Zhu and the others. These calm words were transmitted through the wind. It was like a blade hacking at Yi Fan's heart. He became even more silent. He couldn't say anything, only feeling a wave of bitterness. There is no need to feel sad, no need to feel dejected, because there is no need. After many years, perhaps you will remember her. You might even feel some bitterness sometimes, but what does that matter? She is only a part of your life that can be considered profound. But in the end, a scenery is a scenery. It will never be the most important brand in the depths of your heart. In the past, Jin Yen was very loathsome. Now, she said words that Yi Fan couldn't refute. He couldn't refute her words either. Every word hit the nail on the head and opened up wounds. Chapter 8:33. 12 years had passed, and when he looked back, things remained the same, but the people had changed. The pine forest was deep, and all that remained was a lonely grave. He would never see that woman again, forever separated from the heavens. The wind blew the pure white flowers Ku Zhu and the others brought, scattering them messily on the grave. There was a trace of desolation and a few wisps of fragrance. This was Qin Yao's life. Who was a passerby in whose life? The scattered flowers, the ice-cold steel, the lonely grave, there was no need for an answer, no need for further words. A fine rain began to pour down from the sky. It wetted the pure white flowers, diluting the delicate fragrance, adding a trace of coolness. Last time you came, you left right after meeting Senior Crimson Dragon, not even stopping for a moment. Have you never thought that there would be an old friend here, a woman you interacted with in the past? Jin Yan's voice became very loud, as if she was extremely emotional. She clenched her fists and glared at Yi Fan. Are you in such a hurry? Is there some world-shaking matter waiting for you to do? Are you going to mend the heavens? There is a woman here, lying in an ice-cold coffin. Is she really that insignificant? You've long forgotten, even if it was just for a moment. Jin Yen pointed at him, her body trembling in anger. A pine forest, a grave, a single person. The world was cold and bleak. rain poured down. Yi Fan stood there for a long time. What could he say right now? Qin Yao had already withered like a flower, her life reaching its end. She blossomed brilliantly like fireworks, and then returned to eternal darkness and silence. Jin Yen, Ku Zhu, and the others had already left. There was only Yi Fan on the mountain. Under the rustling of the rain, he faced the new grave alone. The rain became heavier and heavier, finally pouring down in torrents, drenching him from head to toe. Water droplets continuously fell down, even on his face. His lips moved, his voice hoarse. It was impossible to hear clearly in the wind and rain. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could see through the muddy water, through the grave. He could see the crystal coffin underground. That woman was ice-cold and silent, not moving at all. Her beauty was gone, but her appearance hadn't changed. She lay quietly and bleakly in the coffin. She was close, yet he couldn't touch her, as far as the horizon. One step to life, one step to death. Even if there was only a layer of earth between them, it was still difficult to touch. Separated by a netherworld, it was difficult to pull back. Yi Fan sat in front of the grave and placed his hand on the soil, allowing the rain to pour down on his body. He spoke softly until daybreak. On the second day, the rain did not stop, but it was much lighter. The pine forest was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan took one last look at the grave and descended the mountain step by step. He walked very slowly, leaving behind footprints. At the foot of the mountain, Jin Yen, Ku Zhu, and the others stood, watching through the misty rain. Finally, Jin Yen couldn't hold it in any longer. She pointed at him and said many things, as if she were venting her anger. Some of the words were harsh, unpleasant, and hurtful, but Yi Fan couldn't refute them. Some of the words might not be the truth, and they stabbed into his heart. I say, sister, when it is possible to let someone off, one should forgive them. Would Yi Fan be willing to see such a scene? Who would be willing to see an old friend die? Who would be willing to see life and death part? If he didn't have urgent matters to attend to, why wouldn't he stop? Li Tian asked. Let's go. Yi Fan stopped Li Tian, not letting him say anything else. He walked into the distance step by step, leaving this place that made him so sad that he couldn't say a single word. That little girl really wasn't bad. How could she die just like that? What a pity, the Black Emperor mumbled. It was unknown just how many cultivators had fallen on the long path of cultivation. In reality, there were large numbers of people who couldn't make it through and perished at every stage. Those who could succeed were all heroes. This was a ruthless path to begin with. Those who set foot on it would experience many cruelties. What they heard were the legends of the heroes whose names shook the world. Who would pay attention to the decline of a small cultivator? In reality, there were many sad songs on the path of cultivators. However, apart from those famous heroes, who would pay attention to the joys and sorrows of others? Yen Ishi patted Yi Fan's shoulder and didn't say anything else. They left this place, traveling 90,000 li in one go. Where are we going? What are we going to do? Li Tian asked. I'm going to undergo tribulation, Yi Fan said. Where do you want to choose? The Black Emperor laughed dryly. Use your brain and think carefully. Find an important place between hell and the human world. I want to resist the heavenly tribulation in such a place, Yi Fan said seriously. He sealed a part of his nascent soul in Yen Ishi's goddess furnace. He didn't place it on his celestial platform, forcefully delaying the arrival of the tribulation. Let me think carefully. It's been too long. That place is just a remote corner of the world. I wasn't too clear about it in the past, and now, I've almost completely forgotten about it. The large black dog scratched his head and began to ponder. They began to wander around the north region like a group of ghosts, and also like a group of death gods. They all knew that Yi Fan was full of depression and needed to find someone to kill. In these few days, they tried to find some light topics to avoid the heavy atmosphere. Of course, they didn't avoid the topic of Qin Yao's death. I've always been surrounded by flowers. If I leave for 12 years, there will most likely be many women who will clap their hands in joy. *CK. Li Tian cursed. None of you can do this. You have to learn from me. Use great willpower, great wisdom, and great fearlessness to sever everything. Bury them in the grave in your heart, and they will never have to worry." At this point, the Black Emperor poked Yi Fan and said, "For you, there will be an additional experience. The opportunity for the 3 slashes of Dao might come early." Severing Dao? Yi Fan looked into the distance and said, "Let's go. We'll find hell and the human world first." "Brat, have you thought about it? What kind of Dao do you want to sever in the future?" the Black Emperor asked seriously. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "I can't sever whatever I want. If I think about it seriously, perhaps severing my entire Dao is the most suitable. There are too many fetters and shackles." The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi all wore awkward expressions. "You can't be serious, right? Cut yourself off? What kind of joke is this? Since ancient times, who has done this? Even if you want to commit suicide, you can't do this." The Black Emperor scolded. Yi Fan said, "Severing the Dao, that is a very long time ago. In history, the strongest few monsters were comparable to the young Great Emperor, but in the end, they all fell. My Dao seems to be very difficult to sever. Let's finish the tribulation first." According to the Black Emperor's ancient memories, he searched many places, but to no avail. After hundreds of thousands of years of ups and downs, the world had changed greatly, and many of the old places had changed greatly. Furthermore, in the past, it wasn't very clear about these 2 great killer divine dynasties. It didn't know where the important places were, and had only vaguely heard of them. On this day, they arrived at a desolate mountain outside of Kaiyuan City in the northern region. They immediately stopped and walked towards the mountain, because they had heard from Li Heishui that his grandfather, Li Heng, had died in battle to save them. The few of them decided to pay their respects. It should be that stone cliff. A broken spear was stabbed into the cliff. The blood had long since dried up, forming a human shape. It was dark red, a ghastly sight. One could imagine the miserable state at that time. Li Heishui had once said with tears in his eyes that his grandfather had been nailed to the cliff by an old assassin from the Hell God Imperial Court with a spear. One could imagine that a white-haired old man had died in battle to save his descendants. Looking at the broken spear and the dried blood, the few of them gritted their teeth. Half a month later, the Black Emperor brought them to the western part of the northern region. He remembered that some things had happened here in the past, and it was related to the Hell God Imperial Court. After walking into an ancient mountain range, there was no sign of life. Not even a blade of grass grew, and they still didn't discover anything. They were almost completely disappointed. They couldn't even find a living fossil like the big black dog, so who else knew? Found it. Suddenly, the Black Emperor shouted excitedly, pointing at a mark that was almost worn away by time, saying that this was a dark mark of hell. "They must be in this mountain range. Be careful, don't be discovered by them, and search slowly." Finally finding some clues, they were naturally extremely cautious. After spending several days, they hid in the dark and only rushed out when they saw a black-clothed man disappear on a cliff, pouncing over there. "Yes, I understand now. There is a small world here that was opened by an ancient sage. It is an extremely important secret place in hell," the Black Emperor said. In hell, apart from a supreme ancient palace, that was where their foundation was. There were also 18 layers of hell, which were the 18 main branches that extended from the roots. The 18 layers of hell were extremely important. They were all small worlds in ancient times, independent of the great world, and almost impossible to find. They were incomparably mysterious, and were all important places. A small world opened by a sage. Their foundation is really deep. "You all wait outside, I will go and cross the tribulation," Yi Fan said. Thinking of Pangbo's life and death still unknown, Lu Ko being blasted into a bloody pulp, Dong Feng Ye's blood staining the falling eagle cliff, Li Heishui's grandfather being nailed to death, and so on and so forth, the blood in his heart was boiling. From today forth, there will be one less layer in hell. This is the first debt I will collect. Yi Fan's voice was deep and cold, ringing through the entire mountain range. He already found the entrance, retracting his primordial spirit from the goddess furnace, and then walked in with a single step. At first, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi were still a bit worried, following him inside. In the end, black smoke immediately rose from their bodies, hurriedly withdrawing. There is no justice in the heavens. The lightning tribulation is so great, how can there be human lightning and some celestial court's ancient watchtowers? Li Tian had never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation before. We should still back up, this place isn't safe either. This small world will definitely collapse, and those who are stuck inside are all finished. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, smoke coming out of his mouth, all of the hair on his body standing on end. They decisively backed up, only stopping after moving far enough. Everything was as they expected. This small world had existed since the ancient times, and after more than 100,000 years, it had long become unstable. The heavenly tribulation descended, and in the end, it collapsed. Miserable cries sounded. This small world was hacked through, and now it was adjacent to the great world outside. Everything could be seen. The lightning turned into a sea, and the thunderstorm connected to form a blazing purple light. This was a human tragedy. After this collapsed small world appeared, all types of miserable scenes could be seen. Large amounts of human figures turned into scorched corpses, and countless palaces became ruins. This was an important place for assassins. Experts were as common as clouds, and everyone was passively facing tribulation, unable to escape. Even though they were trying to break out of the encirclement, the tribulation clouds continued to surround their heads, and heavenly lightning struck down continuously. There was nowhere to escape to. This was especially the case when Yi Fan turned into a streak of humanoid lightning, chasing after experts everywhere. Wherever he passed, everyone would definitely be turned into ashes. There is a king. There is actually a powerful king here. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others quickly discovered an extremely powerful existence with world-shocking strength. His heavenly punishment was boundless, forming a vast ocean. It's an assassin king who tried to assassinate Yi Fan last time. It's his aura. Who would have thought that his true body would be here? Miserable cries sounded everywhere, and people continuously turned into ashes. This place became a living hell, but this time, it was someone else who came to take their lives. There was no suspense in this battle. After Yi Fan rushed over, he locked onto the Assassin King. An even more vast sea of lightning descended, and he was blasted into ashes. The battle flattened this place, leaving behind only a vast expanse of ruins and human-shaped ashes. That day, the eastern wasteland was shaken. A secret area of the infernal realm was picked by someone, and from then on, there was one less layer of the infernal realm. Yi Fan said that since the human world and the infernal realm wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Next, he was going to hunt down their divine sons and goddesses. At the same time, he offered bounties to everyone in the world, offering generous rewards. Regardless of whether it was providing information on the assassin divine dynasty or killing them, there would be sky-high rewards. The world was in an uproar. Was a single person going to start a war against two great ancient assassin divine dynasties? Everyone was moved. Chapter 8:34. The northern region had just calmed down, and the ancient saints went into hibernation, welcoming a period of relative peace. At this moment, Yi Fan's declaration of war against the ancient killer god dynasty spread throughout the world. The 13th level of hell has been broken through. It's really unbelievable. All the assassins have been turned into ashes, and even the small space opened up by the ancient sages has collapsed. The heavenly tribulation of the Saint Physique is truly terrifying. It destroyed a level of hell alone, wiping it from the world. It's extremely powerful and shocking. In the outside world, everyone was discussing this matter. Yi Fan wanted to fight against the two divine dynasties alone, and the whole world was paying attention to it. The Saint Physique has passed the heavenly tribulation. This time, he has reached the great circle of the second level of Immortal Foundation. If he doesn't sever his Tao, who can contend against him? During this period of time, the world was not peaceful. All the sects were guarding against the attacks of the ancient races, and very few people paid attention to Yi Fan's cultivation. Now, they suddenly realized that he had grown to a very terrifying level. However, people didn't think that Yi Fan could win. Even if he used the heavenly tribulation to flatten the 13th level of hell, they didn't think that he could fight against the human world and hell alone, because it was too unrealistic. The ancient killer god dynasty has never been destroyed. Even in the most severe period of history, they still survived when the Holy Lands joined forces. In that battle in the past, heaven and earth collapsed, blood flowed like rivers, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Corpses piled up into mountains, and the celestial court turned into ashes. Hell and the human world retreated, but they didn't stop. Everywhere was noisy, but Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were relatively calm. They walked among the barren mountains of the northern region, not in a hurry to do anything. This is a dragon vein, there should be many divine roots underground. Yi Fan stared at a mountain ahead. On the way, they dug up more than 10 mountains, and their harvest was plentiful. They didn't rush to continue at all, and used this to calm their emotions. After all, they were going to face 2 divine dynasties. When a true sect is established, there are too many formation patterns that need to be inscribed. The more divine roots, the better. Let's quickly accumulate them. The large black dog embezzled all the divine roots. Let's go, we can't dig this mountain anymore. As soon as he dug halfway, Yi Fan immediately stopped. There were ancient creatures underground, and they were definitely powerful existences. They began to plan to hunt down the divine sons and daughters of the 2 major assassin organizations. However, they didn't find any clues in the following half a month. This is the calm before the storm. They must be calculating where we are. When the time comes, they will strike like lightning. Say, do you think there's an existence like Killer Saint in these 2 assassin organizations? Li Tian asked a terrifying question. It's hard to say. In the ancient times, they killed saints endlessly, but now we don't know. The Black Emperor said. Finally, on this day, many places in the eastern wastelands were covered in snow-white flowers. Large areas were dyed with blood. The 2 ancient divine dynasties made a response, declaring that they would kill the human race's holy bodies. More than 10 years ago, you already put me on the kill list, but haven't I still lived well until now? On that day, Yi Fan stood out and mocked coldly, appearing in the divine city of the northern region. Moreover, on this day, Yi Fan announced to the whole world that killing the lowest level person in the God dynasty would be rewarded with 10,000 divine roots, killing a disciple would be rewarded with 100,000 divine roots, killing an important figure would be rewarded with 1 million divine roots, and killing a divine son or a big shot would be rewarded with 10 million divine roots. I'm about to become the Yuan Taoist master, so the divine roots won't be a problem. Moreover, they'll all be xenogenic or divine roots. Even if I provide just one piece of information, I'll be rewarded with divine roots. Yi Fan directly declared ruthlessly. He was going to start a great war that would engulf the entire eastern wastelands. He was going to use all his power to eradicate the assassin organizations. He was extremely forceful and direct. If anyone can provide the location of the people of hell and the world, and take the head of their leader, I'll give them a piece of phoenix blood gold. In the end, Yi Fan released world-shaking news, displaying the immortal material exclusive to the great ancient emperors. It shook the entire northern region and quickly spread throughout the world. A piece of phoenix gold. That's right, it's a piece of true phoenix blood gold. There isn't a single trace of impurity, and there are 9 phoenixes curling around it. Auspicious energy surged and rushed straight into the heavens. That day, the divine city of the northern region erupted with commotion. Everyone went crazy. This world-shaking news immediately spread everywhere, flying into the great powers. It really is a piece of phoenix blood gold, a priceless material. It's something even the great ancient emperors yearn for even in their dreams. It's the same material as the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace. That day, the 5 regions were in an uproar. It was unknown how many cultivators' blood was boiling. The phoenix blood moved people's hearts, and it was unknown how many people's hearts were moved by this kind of immortal material. A fist-sized piece like this, if forged cleverly, could definitely form a Dao weapon. If there were still great emperors in this world, they would definitely pay attention to it. Yi Fan didn't care at all. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that he had the myriad energy cauldron on him, so another piece of enviable immortal material wasn't that big of a deal. Do you all dare to kill me? If you can provide the location of the two great ancient divine dynasties' palaces and take the heads of their leaders, I'll even give you the seed of the Qilin divine medicine as a reward. When Yi Fan released this news and personally took out the purple Qilins sealed within the divine source, another storm swept through the eastern wasteland. Crazy, too crazy. With so many immortal treasures, it will drive everyone to attack the divine dynasties. Everyone had indeed gone crazy. With so many benefits, no one could remain calm. Killing an ordinary disciple would give them 100,000 kilograms of origin. The temptation was just too great. After Yi Fan announced the news, he immediately fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace. He didn't want to become a living target for the divine dynasties. Draw everyone in the world to target the two great ancient divine dynasties and kill them together. After a few more years, Yi Fan might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Those origin resources really aren't a problem for him. He wants to use the people of the world to exhaust the two ancient organizations. Everyone understood his intentions, but they were still tempted. The reward was too generous, and almost everyone wanted to find some clues. The storm this time was even greater than what everyone had imagined. Even the ancient races participated, and many strange and powerful creatures moved out. Find the ancient palace of hell and the human world and kill one of their leaders. Will I be able to obtain the phoenix blood scarlet gold? Let me give it a try. No one would have thought that an ancient emperor's son would say these words. He was extremely interested in Yi Fan's reward and was the first to step out from the ancient races. Huang Shudao came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain. He was a low-key and incomparably mysterious ancient prince. He rarely appeared in the world, and very few people had seen his true appearance. Back then, the Heavenly Prince personally invited him to come out and kill the monkey, but he was refused. He said that he only wanted to exist in this life, never expecting that he would appear in the world at this time. However, soon after, everyone knew why he was interested in that phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was because what his clan cultivated was phoenix immortal force. The phoenix gold could be used as a primer to corroborate the Tao. Large amounts of ancient race experts participated, exceeding Yi Fan's expectations. It also made many people who were interested in the reward feel pressure. This was a powerful competitor. Meanwhile, not long after, another piece of news spread. Another ancient prince also expressed that he was going to take action. Not only was he interested in the phoenix blood scarlet gold immortal material, he also desired the Qilin divine medicine. The Fire Qilin child appeared. He came from Fire Qilin cave, always lingering outside origin ancient mine. The people of the world didn't know what he wanted to do. This time, not only was he going to take action himself, he also drew over a few experts from his clan. They had to obtain the Qilin seed, because it was rumored that this was their past divine medicine, but it flew away during a great calamity. It could be said that Fire Qilin Cave's people were extremely fervent and anxious, using all types of methods to contact Yi Fan. They were willing to use exceptional divine objects to exchange for it and immediately purchase it. What a coincidence! Yi Fan immediately laughed. He never expected the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold and Qilin Divine Medicine to startle even the two archaic emperor clans. It is worth being on guard. If Fire Qilin Cave's people become desperate and directly take action against you, then it will be troublesome. The Black Emperor said worriedly. Yi Fan nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem. However, if we use it well, it will become a murderous immortal sword. Who knows, it might truly be able to destroy hell and the human world." The Qilin Divine Medicine Seed was something he wouldn't give away no matter what, because every single ancient emperor had one. It was something that couldn't be exchanged for millions and millions of gold. They naturally wouldn't show themselves, but they still responded. They still had the same condition, that if they wanted to obtain the medicine, they had to find the two great assassin dynasties' ancient palaces and kill one of their leaders. Huang Shudao himself was one thing, but the Fire Qilin had drawn out the people behind him. This was very terrifying. If they really attacked, even the assassin dynasty would be terrified. Great. Although it is a double-edged sword, if we use it well, destroying hell and the human world will no longer be a delusion. Li Heishui clenched his fists when he heard the news. From that day onward, the eastern wasteland was no longer peaceful. Soldiers were everywhere, and many people began to search for hell and the human world. Yi Fan transported an source mountain into the God City. It was filled with xenogenic source sources, and there were many bowl-sized God source sources mixed in. Light shone in all directions, and the entire city was bright at night. How long had it been? He had suddenly produced such a pile of treasures, shocking everyone. There were countless treasures, and they shone brightly. Many people regretted that they had recruited Yi Fan when he was still weak. They wouldn't have fought and killed him. Now, his source techniques alone were enough to shock the world. People like the Yuan Taoist master were both frightening and fearful. This was what everyone felt. Everyone was envious, but no one dared to have any improper thoughts. This was because Yi Fan had simply piled the treasures into Tianxian Old Stone Square. Now, no one dared to go in. They already knew that the gatekeeper was a human saint. Anyone who dared to rob there would be looking to die. At the same time, people were shocked. How did Yi Fan get involved with this saint? And he didn't treat him like an outsider. This made the hearts of those who had strange thoughts turn cold. Of course, this time, Yi Fan was completely thick-skinned. He truly displayed the scene of crazy Ol fighting the kings in the Ziwei segmentum, and then he piled the source sources in. He didn't care about these source sources. Even if this human saint was unhappy, he could throw them all away. At the very least, he had the effect of a tiger's skin. When it came to saints, even the Fire Qilin cave would have to think twice. Now that the saints were in hibernation and didn't appear in the world, they couldn't provoke them either. Yi Fan disappeared from the divine city once again. In just half a month, the results were obvious. More than 20 disciples and 2 old assassins from the 2 divine dynasties had been killed. It was laughable to say that there were many incidents when they came out to carry out assassination missions. After being discovered, people gathered to attack them, and they were hunted down instead. The eastern wasteland couldn't calm down. A source mountain was piled up in the divine city for people to collect. There was also a piece of phoenix blood gold and the seed of an immortal divine medicine. These days, there were bloodshed every day. Hell and the human world's missions failed time and time again. Those who dared to appear would be hunted down by a group of people. It was a tragedy. I'm so poor that I only have source sources left. With the heaven source technique, I can smash you to death with source sources. The Black Emperor shouted. He embezzled divine source sources all day long. His big mouth stretched to his ears and hadn't closed it for the past few days. Yi Fan thought he had concealed himself very well. It was difficult for outsiders to discover him, but he didn't expect to be found today. Moreover, it was an unexpected person, Old Saber Honcho. In the past, he, Li Dexing, Old Saber Honcho, Yao Guang Saint Child, Jade Lake Saintess, and others entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. A series of strange things happened there. After they parted ways, he never saw Old Saber Honcho again. He didn't expect him to suddenly appear today. It was very mysterious. My grandfather wants to see you. He was already so old, yet he said such an inexplicable sentence the moment he arrived. Why? Yi Fan asked in puzzlement. He comes from the celestial court. The mysterious and powerful Old Saber Honcho's words stunned Yi Fan and the others. Chapter 8:35. Did the celestial court, the inheritance that made even the ancient saints change their expressions, still exist in this world? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned, unable to say anything for a long time. More than 100,000 years ago, all the Holy Lands joined forces and even used the extreme emperor weapon to finally uproot the celestial court. Everyone knew about that battle. Is the celestial court still in this world? Yi Fan asked. This was a very serious question. For him, it was a matter of life and death. Perhaps there would be an unimaginably great enemy. That was because the Xing character formula and a scroll of the celestial court's scriptures were on him. If the celestial court still existed in this world, they would definitely think of a way to take it back. Old Saber Honcho seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "You don't need to worry, my grandfather doesn't have any evil intentions. He simply wants to see you." The Black Emperor immediately set her eyes on him and circled around him. She stuck out her bright red tongue and asked, "Back then, the ancient palace of the Celestial Court wasn't breached?" "Breached, everything was destroyed. This is all I know, there's no need to ask anything else," Old Saber Honcho said straightforwardly. "All right, I'll go see your grandfather," Yifen said. If the other party wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have appeared in such a manner, so he wasn't too worried. Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the Black Emperor wanted to go together, but Old Saber Honcho flatly refused. In the end, only Yi Fan went with him. "Be careful, the ancient divine court is not a good person. Don't be fooled by them," the Black Emperor reminded. Yi Fan nodded. The human heart was the most complicated. Sometimes, the judgment that one thought was accurate might not necessarily be correct. Perhaps it was to make him relax and scheme for the Xing character formula on him. They went all the way north and finally approached the divine city. Old Saber Honcho's grandfather was waiting here, overseeing this eternal city. Yi Fan didn't want to enter this place again because a storm was already brewing. He had spoken here twice, so who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, hoping that he would appear a third time. With the Guardian of Merak here, no one dares to cause any trouble. "It's beneficial to you, so my grandfather is waiting for you here," Old Saber Honcho said. "Is that so? There's one thing I've always wanted to ask in detail, but I never had the chance to." Yi Fan didn't say much about this. Instead, he mentioned an old matter. "What is it?" Old Saber Honcho asked. "That year, after we got out of the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, someone attacked us at night and killed Elder Yao Guang. Did you do that?" Yi Fan couldn't forget that incident. "It's definitely not me. After what happened, I became the biggest suspect and had no choice but to leave," Old Saber Honcho said. Then, he said something that made Yi Fan shiver. That year, they weren't the only ones who had entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Someone else had fallen behind them. It can't be an ancient being, right? No, it's a powerful human expert. He was walking on the footsteps left by Yao Guang's saint son. More than 10 years ago, Yi Fan's cultivation base was low, so it was impossible for him to have such a sharp spiritual sense. He couldn't sense the powerful stalker behind them. After so many years, he finally knew that there was another unknown person who had entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land with them. That year's incident was a bit terrifying. That person was very powerful. We were afraid of each other, and neither of us dared to act blindly without thinking. Old Saber Honcho's words revealed that person's cultivation base. At the very least, he was a peerless expert. So, that night, it wasn't Yao Guang's saint's son who took action, Yi Fan muttered to himself. No, it should be him. With my many years of experience, that person was protecting Yao Guang's saint's son. Moreover, the two of them were in contact, Old Saber Honcho said. So, that was his path protector. Yi Fan was startled. So, I had no choice but to leave that night. After I escaped, they would definitely make a move on me. There must be some unspeakable secret, Old Saber Honcho said. Yes, fortunately, Senior, you left in time. I think that peerless expert personally went to kill you, but he missed. At the same time, it also allowed me to avoid a disaster. Cold sweat appeared on Yi Fan's back. That year, it was really too dangerous. Being able to avoid a disaster was really because of all kinds of reasons. Only until now, when he knew the truth, did he feel terrified. Even if he was Yao Guang's saint's son, it would be difficult for him to have such a protector, because that person might be even more powerful than Yao Guang's saint master, Old Saber Honcho said. He obtained another inheritance. If I'm not wrong, it must be that indestructible heaven technique. Yi Fan had a premonition long ago, but after directly confirming it, he was still shocked. Yao Guang's saint's son hid himself very deeply. Old Saber Honcho was startled. This heavenly technique was world-shaking. It was passed down from generation to generation, but no one had ever seen it. It was the most mysterious. Just like the Wu Shi scripture, it never appeared in the world, but it couldn't stop people's desire and reverence for it. It was as clear and distant as the bright moon in the sky. The indestructible heaven technique was created by Ruthless in his later years. It competed with heaven and earth for luck, seized the good fortune of the past and present, shed his demonic shell and aged body, and used it to give birth to a divine fetus, beginning a new life. Old Saber Hancho muttered to himself in horror. This kind of technique was too mysterious, it had never been seen in the world. Ruthless was world-shaking. After comprehending his whole life in his later years, he left behind such a scripture. How terrifying would it be? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many people wanted to dig out this scripture, but they could only sigh in vain. Unexpectedly, a successor had appeared today. Talented people appear in every generation, each dominating the world for several thousand years. Moreover, an unprecedented great era has arrived. Ruthless, unique, mysterious technique has appeared. I wonder when the Wuxia scripture will appear. Could it be that it must have an innate divine body? Old Saber Hancho muttered to himself. They entered the divine city. Yi Fan was very cautious. Hell and the human world were definitely the source of terror. He didn't dare to lower his guard. Old Saber Hancho's grandfather was called Qi Luo. The place he chose was very gorgeous. It was suspended in the sky, an ancient watchtower connected to each other. It was built with 5-colored jade. Rumor has it that it was supported by the Southern Mountains' demonic imperial palace. Qi Luo was very old, he was leaning on a crutch. One of his eyes was very turbid, the other was a black hole, as if it was connected to a black hole in the universe. It was extremely terrifying. At his level, even if he was really blind, he could still refine his body. Unless it was a great Dao injury, he would be able to recover. Yi Fan didn't believe that he was blind in one eye. No matter how he looked at it, that black hole seemed like it contained a terrifying Dao law. Perhaps it even contained a Dao weapon. Qi Luo stared at him for a very long time. Especially the black hole that shot out a strand of black light, it was even more terrifying. It was as if it could penetrate his body. It can't be wrong. You have obtained the Xing formula, and you have read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. However, you didn't cultivate much. He was very direct, saying such words as soon as they met. Yi Fan was very calm, but he was shocked in his heart. This old man was very powerful. With just a glance, he was able to see through Yi Fan's depth. He was definitely an expert. Unless you become the Yuan Daoist master, otherwise, no matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to hide from the Heaven's Wheel Eye. The old man laughed. What advice does Senior have for me? Yi Fan asked. Qi Luo immediately burst into tears. He cried until the entire palace rumbled and was on the verge of collapse. He was so shocked that even the sky was trembling. This kind of cultivation was indeed astonishing, far surpassing that of a super expert. He was definitely a world-shaking character who had already severed his Dao for many years. Senior, you are. Yi Fan didn't understand. The heavens have taken pity on us and didn't sever the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Finally, there is someone to continue it. There is finally hope to avenge the hatred of our ancestors. The old man cried loudly. Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. What was this old man trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to drag him into becoming enemies with the whole world? One had to know that the destruction of the Celestial Court back then was the joint effort of all the Holy Lands. It was rumored that the undying imperial court of the Central Plains also seemed to have contributed. Our ancestors proved their Dao by killing and killed many experts from the Holy Lands. Later on, they besieged us, but we don't hate them. This is the karma of heaven and earth. However, the Celestial Court overlooked the world. How could it be destroyed in one fell swoop and even uprooted? The old man wiped his tears. It was unknown whether he was really sad or if he had this kind of habit, but he cried until the void was about to collapse. It was the underworld and the human world who leaked the address of the Celestial Court and secretly took action. Yi Fan was surprised to hear this. The destruction of the Celestial Court actually had the shadow of the other two killer divine dynasties. As expected, there were all kinds of secrets. Because they know that as long as the Celestial Court exists, It will always look down on them and will never be able to surpass them. After a long while, Qi Luo finally stopped crying. Yi Fan's ears were ringing nonstop. This old man's strength was too terrifying. With a cry, the Tao patterns were densely covered. If it wasn't for his divine physique, his physical body would have already been shattered. "Senior, what do you want me to come here for?" The one-eyed old man wiped his tears and stood in front of the window with the help of his crutch. He said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person you are. Seeing is believing." Yi Fan didn't say anything and just looked at him calmly. A while ago, the underworld and the human world sent out all their assassins and even their trump cards. Wang Tang's body and spirit were almost destroyed, but he was saved at the crucial moment by an immortal crane. Yi Fan was shocked. Even Wang Tang became the target of the two divine dynasties. This was somewhat out of his expectation. At the same time, the immortal crane saving him made him shiver. He had long heard rumors that Wang Tang was gifted when he was young and was carried away by a divine crane. That was how he became a legend. A stray dog wants to be beaten by everyone. Since ancient times, the underworld and the human world have been envious of our celestial court's line, secret, but in the end, they couldn't get it. Now, they have their eyes on his forwarding, secret. Once this secret is mastered, one can predict all opportunities. For an assassin, it is the same as the line, secret, and can be called a supreme technique. In that case, their main purpose of killing me is for the line, secret, and not because of the previous enmity. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. It's like this. They have always been thinking about our celestial court's supreme secret technique. It can break through all formations like walking on flat ground. It can go anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After it is refined to the extreme, it can even evolve into the God's law. Old Saber Hancho stood at the side and didn't say anything. He was quietly listening to the conversation between his grandfather and Yi Fan. After a long time, Qi Luo said again, "There are many experts in this ancient watchtower built from multicolored jade. Not only are there Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Caves far ancient imperial family, there are also many young experts from the far ancient tribe. There are also dozens of assassins from the underworld and the human world. It seems their divine sons and daughters are also here." Yi Fan stood up and said, "What do you mean? I want to see how you'll perform under the siege of so many young elites. Oh, I forgot to mention, Fire Qilin's younger sister, Wang Lin, is also here. She is a princess with the ancient emperor's bloodline. She is incomparably powerful. She has personally come here." Yi Fan's expression changed. The divine sons and daughters of the underworld and the human world are known to be able to kill all kings. They are much stronger than the saints. It is not surprising that the immortals have slashed the path 3 times. You have to perform well, don't let down the celestial court's prestige. After Qi Luo finished speaking, he shouted toward the outside of the ancient watchtower, "The human race's sacred physique is here." "You old bastard!" Yi Fan cursed. Murderous intent soared to the heavens in all directions. Pillars of qi pierced through the heaven and earth. Blood energy covered the sun and rushed up. Dozens to 100 great experts surrounded the ancient watchtower. Chapter 8:36. Palaces made of multicolored jade stones emitted a faint radiance one after another. They were connected together and hung in the sky. At this time, the blood energy was like pillars supporting the sky. They were thick and majestic, piercing through the clouds and connecting the heavens and the earth. Over 100 experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Yi Fan was quite straightforward and didn't say anything else. He wanted to open the realm gate and leave, but he was astonished to find that the void was locked and he couldn't escape. Tao patterns were arranged like wriggling ancestral snakes, densely covering every inch of space. These were precisely the divine patterns formed by Qi Luo's crying. Yi Fan was astonished. This old man was too powerful. His cries were like blades as he carved divine patterns in the void, forming the power of laws that weaved in all directions. He turned around to leave, breaking open the window and leaping out. However, what he saw made him shiver inwardly. Even in the outside world, there were all types of fine Dao patterns that were like little snakes, but also like little divine phoenixes dancing about, locking down heaven and earth. The entire sky was sealed, so it was impossible to open the realm gate. He could only rely on his own strength to break through. He clenched his teeth and said, "Old thing, you really know how to cry." Qi Luo was all smiles as his single eye squinted into a reclining silkworm. Meanwhile, old Saber Honcho was petrified and didn't say anything. Yi Fan didn't even turn his head back as he rushed into the distance. He couldn't stay here for long and had to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, there would be a world-shaking bloody battle. Human Saint Physique, where do you think you're going? The Fallen Wing Race's Lu Dongfa is here. In front, a handsome young expert appeared. He rushed out from an ancient watchtower with 54 pairs of ink-black wings on his back. They were like a black cloud with blood-colored lightning curling around them. I heard you don't put the younger generation of our archaic immemorial era in your eyes. Today, I'll fight with you. Yi Fan was astonished. No matter how he looked at it, this young ancient race expert was like a fallen angel from the other side of the starry sky. He knew that this was definitely the hatred Duanda had attracted for him. Cursing the heavenly prince and calling Yuangu a watermelon made the other ancient races feel that he was too arrogant. Clang! The 54 pairs of wings on Lu Dongfa's back vibrated like the cry of a sword. Immediately, demonic energy overflowed into the sky. Blood-colored lightning surged over like a long river, tearing apart the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan drew a line with his right hand, and a round taiji appeared. It spun in the void and guided the god rule that the blood-colored lightning had evolved to the other side. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. It was like the roar of a bull from the heavens, shaking the ancient walls of the divine city. The sound traveled several hundred li. An existence that looked like an ox-demon king wielding a heaven-supporting trident and covered in thick black fur, with a human body and an ox head, a wide mouth filled with fangs, and a pair of thick and sturdy horns, transformed into a black light and charged over. Buzz! The void trembled. His speed was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye, clashing head-on with Yi Fan, smashing over like a small black mountain. Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe would like to experience the power of the human tribe's sacred physique. He released a great roar, blood energy overflowing into the heavens, demonic clouds covering the sun, the sound waves even splitting apart the entire sky dome. One could well imagine how ferocious he was. Boom! This black figure, which was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, was even heavier than a mountain. He directly engaged in close combat with Yi Fan, competing with his physical body. This part of the sky was smashed into pieces as if two ancient stars had collided. The shockwaves spread far and wide, shaking everything in all directions. The rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The heaven-supporting trident shattered into pieces and flew out like a crow feather. It was directly broken by Yi Fan, who rushed forward to attack Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe. Roar! This black figure, which was as tall as a mountain, flew out and let out a loud roar, causing the clouds in the surroundings to collapse. It was as if a huge mountain had fallen down. Nyo-E spat out a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms had been broken, and a terrifying palm print had appeared on his chest. All the bones in his body were cracking, and his thick ox hair was standing on end. As expected of the human tribe's sacred physique. Even the demonic bull tribe, which has boundless strength and intimidated the primordial times, is no match for him, said Lu Dongfa of the Fallen Wing Race. Yi Fan didn't stop and chased after him with the row formula. He decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and end this Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe. Moo! Suddenly, a terrifying demonic roar rang out. Nyo-E opened his mouth and let out a barbaric bull roar, causing the sky to collapse. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness that couldn't be seen clearly. Everything was filled with barbaric bull waves that could shatter space. Yi Fan was astonished. This move was similar to the secret technique used by the old man's mount in the Ziwei ancient star field. A single roar could cause mountains and rivers to collapse. It was very frightening and blocked his path forward. A figure was as fast as lightning, streaking across the sky in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a great Dao law that poured down like a curtain from the heavens. He attacked amidst the terrifying barbaric bull waves, concealing all of his aura. Like a shocking rainbow, he rushed over in an instant, leaving behind the divine law of death. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly and rushed into the sky. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off the path. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out. He had been obstructed as soon as he came out of the ancient watchtower, so he really needed to use a powerful method to intimidate the enemy. This fist contained all of his battle chi, and it was tyrannical. The laws in the sky collapsed. The lightning-like figure didn't even have time to turn around and was drowned by the overflowing golden blood energy. With a prung sound, he exploded and died a violent death. During this process, there were still 3 ghost-like figures that rushed over. They swallowed and spat out divine laws as they worked together to surround and kill. Yi Fan turned around like a wolf howling at the moon. His entire body was shining, blazing like the sun. It was as if the primal chaos had submerged the world, and endless divine might surged. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve as he flew out, cutting apart the sky and cutting apart everything in his way. Pooh! 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 Blood blossomed like a haze that dyed the sky. It was beautiful yet poignant. The 3 great experts were all cut in half. Blood splashed through the void, and their corpses fell to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. He blocked the heavenly feather race's Lu Dongfa, forced back the demon bull race's Niu Yi, and then quickly killed the 4 great experts. Yi Fan's clothes weren't tainted by blood. He stood in the sky alone, facing the experts of the various races. He was calm and composed, and a cold smile hung on his lips. The human race's sacred physique is worthy of its reputation. Your combat strength has reached such a level. Even among the younger generation of the various ancient tribes, there aren't many who can be compared to you, said the heavenly feather race's Lu Dongfa. In another direction, the demon bull race's Niu Yi's entire body crackled. Over 100 bones reconnected, and his body emitted a dazzling light. The black fur on the surface of his body became translucent. How terrifying! Can he really be compared to the bloodlines of the ancient emperors? It surpasses the strength of my race's physical body. In the surroundings, figures appeared one after another. They were densely packed and indistinct, surrounding Yi Fan. They were all great experts, and not a single one of them was weak. No wonder you dare to humiliate the heavenly prince and challenge Yuan Gu. You are indeed very strong. A woman whose entire body was enveloped in raging flames spoke. This was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. During the Archaic era, the myriad races were at war. Experts were as common as clouds, and the younger generations were endless. The human race's sacred physique couldn't create any waves. On the other side, a man with a sparkling jade horn between his brows spoke. He wore a chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. He belonged to the horn race. I've long heard of how powerful the human race's sacred physique is. Today, I shall see who's stronger, hee. A cold laughter rang out from another side. Black mist curled up, and a small figure was hidden within. He was an expert from the hidden shadow race. The kings of the human race have risen, and the various ancient tribes of the supreme ancient immortal realms have also appeared. There will naturally be fierce battles. The human race's sacred physique, you killed Zi Tiandu. You do have the ability, but in this era where experts emerge in large numbers, you still can't be considered peerless. Another tall creature spoke. His blood-colored hair draped over his shoulders, and he was as imposing as a mountain. His entire body was enveloped in divine light, dazzling and resplendent. He belonged to the Blood Lightning King race. The blood of the human race. What a nostalgic taste. I wonder how different the blood of a sacred physique is. A sinister laughter rang out. This woman's face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine silver scales. She was an expert from the life ghost race. In all 4 directions, there were all sorts of creatures. There were no less than 10 races, and each and every one of them was incomparably powerful. They were all experts ranked at the top of the younger generation. You have to be careful. These people are all extraordinary, especially a few who are extremely powerful. Enjoy the battle. Qi Luo transmitted his voice. Old bastard, you can continue crying. Yi Fan really wanted to stamp his shoe on his face. Pooh! As he spoke, Yi Fan's right hand formed a sword art and slashed through the air. A bloody line appeared as a head fell from the sky. The people from the God-Killer dynasty finally couldn't endure it any longer. They began to take action, but in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. All of them were discovered. Sword cries rang out. 10 directional death. A total of 10 people formed a sword formation. They stepped on special formation runes as they worked together to kill Yi Fan. This was a great killing formation that caused the entire divine city to become cold. Cold light illuminated all directions, and it was bone-chilling. The God-Killer dynasty used killing to prove their Dao, so the ancient formation they laid down was naturally incomparably terrifying. Killing intent pervaded the entire sky, and the birds flying in the distance were all crushed. Are you people from hell or the human world? Yi Fan asked. No one replied. The 10 people were emotionless and raised their swords at Yi Fan at the same time like emotionless machines. Kill! The group of people shouted. The ancient killing formation was activated, and dozens of sword radiances flew out. They were incomparably dazzling and pierced through the clouds. These are useless against me. Yi Fan roared loudly. His black hair danced about chaotically. He activated the rose symbol and charged into the formation. His fists were like 2 golden mountains as they smashed downwards. Boom! The entire heaven and earth emitted a blazing light as golden blood energy submerged the land. A vast amount of divine might surged. Not bad, it's the line formula. It's unstoppable in the ancient killing formation. As expected of a saint physique, his battle prowess has also reached such a level. Inside the ancient watchtower, Qi Luo nodded and muttered to himself. Yi Fan wasn't affected by the killing formation. He had long since comprehended the line formula to a brand new realm, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground. His fists swung out like a divine drum shaking the sky. Every time he struck out, there would be an explosive sound that destroyed all directions. Boom! In the end, Yi Fan joined his fists together and forcefully shook the vast sky, emitting a sky-overflowing brilliance. The fist energy fluctuations forced everyone to retreat. And in the center of the battlefield, miserable screams rang out as one figure after another exploded into a bloody mist. All of them were crushed. Buzz! Just at this moment, a huge silver foot stepped down from the sky. It was like a huge mountain crashing down towards Yi Fan's body. All the experts in the surroundings retreated. Clearly, it was an incomparably powerful ancient race character who wanted to show off his strength to Yi Fan. Clang! A sharp killing intent shot over like the power of a fairy. One of the goddesses of the God-Killer dynasty had finally made her move, and she was stronger than everyone else. Chapter 837. Even now, in this era of seclusion, who still dared to act so unrestrainedly, trampling down with a large silver foot to directly stomp Yi Fan to death. This person's magical body reached the heavens, reaching above his knees into the clouds. His true body couldn't be seen. A large silver foot that was as lofty as a mountain crushed downwards. Wind whistled and air currents surged like a tsunami. Yi Fan's right leg moved horizontally, and his body spun like a top, releasing endless light. Then, he kicked out horizontally, trampling through the sky dome. The large silver foot released radiance that was like a nebula. It trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's foot also released endless radiance, heaven and earth becoming a dazzling expanse. Many people flew out like pieces of paper. With this place as the center, divine might fluctuations that resembled the collapse of a star domain were released. It was as if an endless divine sea was surging, its brilliance blotting out the sun. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of person was this? To be able to face his physical body head-on, at his level, perhaps only a few ancient princes had a body comparable to his. A figure flickered in the sky. That person became smaller and flew out, completely unharmed and calm. He's Yu Qianxiu, wearing the Silver Moon Clan's wind and cloud battle boots. I heard that he has already stepped on the threshold of the Dao severing realm. Someone cried out in alarm. This person was clad in silver battle clothes, especially his feet. His battle boots were shiny, and there were chains that looked like natural order laws that flowed with precious splendor. He had a head of long snow-white hair, and there was a crescent moon imprint between his brows. In his hand was an exquisite pagoda that was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan didn't have the time to carefully size him up, because the other ascension light was exceptionally sharp. It was aimed at the crown of his head from the boundless void. Chang Chang. Streak after streak of sword radiance hacked down like streaks of ascension power, dazzling and terrifying. Yi Fan's hands formed sword arts, continuously dispelling them. Moreover, he rushed into the sky. After the tribulation last time, his heavenly eye had finally reached completion. The moment it opened, 2 streaks of divine light immediately saw through the fabrications and saw a black-clothed woman. The goddess of the underworld. It was completely a type of intuition. Yi Fan immediately sensed her identity because she had a special aura that was extremely powerful and difficult to estimate. Boom! The sky itself collapsed. A dark Azura palace appeared behind the black-clothed woman. It wasn't a physical body, but formed from endless light. It became a backdrop. Her body was slender and looked weak, but she had an intimidating aura. Only someone like Yi Fan, who had an extremely sharp spiritual sense, could sense it. There was a mask on her face made of unknown materials, able to block the heavenly eyes prying. It was the face of an underworld ghost. She was supposed to be a peerless beauty, but after putting on such a mask, it was indescribably strange. She let out a light shout, and the entire sky darkened. Dark Azura halls were everywhere. At this moment, she disappeared. It was as if hell had descended upon the human world. All kinds of purgatory, endless palaces, innumerable blood pools, and impenetrable bone mountains were piled up in the sky. The various ancient races were all shocked. They almost couldn't see through what was happening, as if it was a real scene. Meanwhile, the goddess of hell was moving about within these scenes. Clang! Sword cries shook the heavens. From time to time, they would shoot out from all kinds of purgatory, blood pools, and bone mountains, catching people off guard. The goddess of hell disappeared, merging into nothingness. This was the first time Yi Fan faced the goddess of an assassin organization. He could sense how powerful the other party was. If not for the fact that the heavenly eye had been cultivated and he had seen the celestial court's ancient killing scroll, he would definitely be on the defensive. Everything is fabricated. It is useless against me. Yi Fan rushed over, using his hand as a sword. He attacked with great force, destroying the blood pools, destroying the bone mountains, and sending the dark Azura halls flying. He would kill gods if they stood in his way. Even though that woman was unpredictable and could sometimes hide from the heavenly eye, most of the time, she was within Yi Fan's field of view. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, fighting endlessly. This was actually a woman who had almost severed the Dao. She had already taken one step, and all that was missing was the final strike, the enlightenment of the Dao. Even if she only took one step, her combat prowess would be on a completely different level. Her strength was incomparably strong and she didn't fight head-on against Yi Fan. She would use all sorts of illusions to assassinate him, and it was extremely dangerous. And now, Yi Fan was at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. Other than the direct descendants of the ancient emperors, there weren't many who could contend against him. Clearly, the goddess of hell was one of the few who could. All sorts of light flashed as a bone pagoda floated over. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He activated his Man-King imprint and blasted it out. Bang! Shattered bones shot out as the bone pagoda collapsed from the impact. It was incomparably violent as tens of thousands of beams of black light shot out from within. This was the curse of death. Those who were struck by it would die for sure. Yi Fan's body trembled. He activated his golden sacred domain, blocking the black light and blocking this sure kill technique. The expressions of many people from the ancient races changed. Although many of them had never seen this killing light before, they could sense the danger. It could corrode divine light. Among the god sons and goddesses of the two ancient assassin dynasties, the goddess of hell is the weakest. Their god son and goddesses of the mortal world are the strongest, but not all of them came. Qi Luo transmitted his voice over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The goddess of hell was actually the weakest and the other three were even stronger. This wasn't good news at all. No wonder it was rumored that they could kill all immortal kings. Is this the limit of your abilities? Even if you truly step into the third level of Immortal Foundation, I have no fear. Yi Fan roared, filled with absolute confidence as he rushed forward. He had stepped into the domain of the 8 restrictions. Even if his opponent had 7 restrictions and was at the initial stage of severing her Dao, she would only be on par with him. If they fought head-on, he had absolute confidence that he could kill her. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body radiated with golden sacred light, shattering the illusions around him. He chased after the black-robed goddess, wanting to kill her here and now. In the air, only the 18 prisons of hell didn't vanish. They stood there, half real and half illusory, with the goddesses of hell within them. Yi Fan used the celestial court's secret technique that he wasn't familiar with to resist the underworld killing technique. They had already exchanged several hundred blows. Something's wrong. He was suddenly startled. The 18 half-real black prisons seemed to have a strange power that made his body heavier and heavier. It was as if they were shackles on his body. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. His entire body once again began to erupt with boundless light, burning fiercely like divine flames. Chains of order, eternal binding. The goddess of hell shouted lightly. She was still hiding in the black prison, using extremely strange laws. 18 chains reached out from the black prison and had long bound his body. They represented the restraints of the 18 layers of hell. They were going to obliterate him. These were formed from 18 divine laws. They were difficult to sever and impossible to struggle free. The 18 black prisons materialized, emerging from the depths of the void and descending here. Chains of order, eternal suppression. The black-robed goddess shouted lightly. The 18 demonic prisons descended together, merging together to refine and swallow Yi Fan inside. Now's the time. A natural circle appeared outside Yi Fan's body. The golden Tai Chi appeared. The great Yin and great Yang fused and rotated around each other. He rushed forward and took the initiative to enter the 18 layers of hell. Suddenly, tens of thousands of swords cried out in unison. The sky was filled with sword radiance. Tens of thousands of them all rushed into the black prison. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to protect himself and tried hard to sever the chains of order. At the same time, he operated the army formula and turned his killing intent into sword radiance. Clang! The most special sword cry came from the goddess of hell's own blood-dripping demon sword. It slashed at her own body, and half of her body was sent flying. This incomparably strange scene shocked everyone. They didn't know what was going on and all opened their mouths wide. At the same time, Yi Fan struggled with all his might. His whole body was covered in golden holy light as he broke the 18 chains of order. He continued to control the soldiers to kill the goddess. Pooh! The falling half of her body was shattered by him and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, the goddess used her extreme secret technique to escape into the black prison that was about to disappear. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan chased after her. Suddenly, a cold and eerie light pierced over. It was soundless, and only when it got close to him did the surface of his body suddenly burst into flames. This was a peerless killing intent. Clang! Yi Fan leaned to the side and used his arm to block the attack. The killing light was shattered, and a few drops of blood fell from his arm. If it was an ordinary person, his body and soul would have been destroyed. However, he was only scratched. So there are more divine sons and goddesses hiding? They are indeed stronger. Boom! It was very abrupt. A large black claw stretched out from the 18 black prisons that had just disappeared. It was as thin as firewood and gloomy and cold as it clawed forward. Qi Luo stood in the ancient watchtower. It was as if a dark universe was evolving inside that black hole-like eye. He didn't make a move, but he emitted a wisp of energy and rushed forward. Swoosh! The large black claw seemed to have sensed something and disappeared in a flash. The others didn't know why the mysterious person suddenly retreated. It's like a king that came from hell and was scared away by Qi Luo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Only he had personally sensed it. At this time, he looked for the goddess of hell, but he discovered that she had already disappeared. He didn't delay and tried to break out of the encirclement. Anyone would feel pressured after being surrounded by over 100 great experts. The Heavenly Prince asked us to take action. How can we let you leave? His Highness Yuan Gu also said that if he discovered you, he must delay you until he arrives. You can forget about leaving today. I've always wanted to fight against the human race's divine physique. Today, I can finally fulfill one of my wishes. A group of people obstructed him from breaking out. Some were truly powerful and wanted to fight against him to temper themselves, while others were filled with hostility. The young experts of the various ancient tribes took action. All sorts of lights shot out, cutting off his path forward. Moreover, there were still divine sons from the Killer God dynasty here. They hadn't left yet and were eyeing him covetously. If you insist on obstructing me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yi Fan's expression sank. His combat strength soared, rising to the limit. He felt a great threat and knew that there was definitely a great enemy among them. He opened up the golden sacred domain. All sorts of laws flew over, but none of them could approach him. Then he pounced forward like a divine lion and began his massacre. Bang! A bell tower fell down, smashing onto the golden sacred domain. Yi Fan staggered from the impact. One could well imagine how heavy this strike was. You again! Yi Fan turned around and discovered that it was that white-haired man from the Silver Moon race who had stepped on him with the Windcloud battle boots not long ago. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Many people took action, and ancient treasures flew over one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan raised his combat strength and fought with his life on the line. He forced back the people around him and then shouted at Xianxia, "Peng!" The 6-word incantation left his mouth and transformed into a supreme sound wave that spread in all directions. Immediately, 7 or 8 experts bore the brunt of the attack and collapsed one after another. Everyone was shocked. The dead experts came from different races and were all kings among elites. Each of them possessed heaven-defying strength, but they were all crushed by Yi Fan's roar. Xianxia coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The Linglong pagoda in front of him collapsed, and his body was flung away. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't block this attack. Boom! Yi Fan's Dharma body enlarged. He stomped his foot forward like a mountain. Xianxia shouted. The wind cloud battle boots on his feet glowed, and he turned into a beam of light as he retreated. However, at this time, Yi Fan once again used the army formula. The treasured boots on Xianxia's feet suddenly emitted a demonic light. He let out a miserable scream as a mass of bloody light burst out and his feet turned into a bloody paste. Pfft! Yi Fan's foot stomped down. This king among elites of the Silver Moon race was already at the threshold of the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao, but he still couldn't block it. He was trampled to death, leaving only a pair of boots behind. Boom! In the sky, a delicate jade-like hand stretched down and rapidly enlarged. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. The jade-like hand covered the sky and crushed everything in its path towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan attacked upwards. Another person who dared to fight against his physical body had appeared. In his eyes, this person didn't know the difference between life and death. However, things went beyond his expectations. After the intense collision, that pure white hand was not destroyed and was in perfect condition. The daughter of the archaic emperor, the bloodline of the ancient emperor, Wang Lin, has arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. Chapter 8:38. This was a blue-haired girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as fine jade. She was graceful and elegant as she twisted her body over. Her blue hair flickered like silk as it hung down to Wang Lin's waist. A sparkling and translucent jade hairpin was inserted in her hair, and on top of the hairpin was a fine string of beads with a vivid and lifelike little qilin hanging on it. It made her jade-like cheeks appear even more lustrous and white. This was the daughter of the archaic emperor. She was sealed like the fire qilin, and now that she had been reborn in this world, the power of her bloodline inheritance was unimaginable. Yi Fan was astonished. It was precisely this kind of charming girl who was able to resist his flesh without suffering any injuries. She was truly powerful. Is this the bloodline of the ancient emperor? As the first-generation heir, her talent has been stunning since ancient times. It is difficult to compare to her. Her innate conditions are too astonishing. Strictly speaking, no one from the younger generation dared to fight him head-on. However, Hun had met him with a palm as soon as she arrived. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred emperor's daughter's talent was definitely not limited to her flesh. She was the strongest in every other aspect. This kind of conjecture was truly horrifying. No wonder it is said that any ancient prince that jumps out will shock the world and recreate the glory of his father's generation. In the past, the human princes were like this. Once they grew up, they would only be a step away from confirming their Dao and entering the realm of great ancient emperors. They would then be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient princes were also like this. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. In the future, there would definitely be a dialogue between the most powerful experts. The human race's sacred body is so powerful. It makes my hand hurt a bit. This is truly unexpected. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. She was bright and beautiful, and her blue hair was like the essence of the sea. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but retreat. The archaic emperor's daughter had arrived. Everyone was in awe and couldn't help but make way. It wasn't difficult to see the strict hierarchy of the ancient races. People revered the ancient emperors greatly, and even their descendants had extremely revered statuses. There were also human cultivators in this palace, and they were well aware of the strength of the sacred body. They were all shocked after seeing this scene, and they inwardly sighed at how terrifying the emperor's descendant was. Worthy of being the archaic emperor's daughter. Your talent is world-shaking, truly admirable. Yi Fan spoke. I didn't come here to fight you to the death. Leave it to the heavenly prince or Yuan Gu. Of course, if my old bro runs into you, he will most likely be interested as well. She smiled sweetly, beautiful and enchanting. She was naturally talking about the fire unicorn. Then what advice do you have for me? Yi Fan asked. Can you return the seed of the qilin divine medicine to me? That's the only thing our father left us. Wang Lin said pitifully. Then she giggled and said, Don't refuse yet. My clansmen will trade with you with immortal materials. Everyone was stupefied. They were moved by her beauty, and they began to have wild and fanciful thoughts after hearing her words. The qilin divine medicine had previously accompanied an archaic emperor, and now, it was still in this world. How many years had passed since then? It made people feel the terrifying power of time change. I've said it before. Tell me the location of hell and the human world and bring me the head of one of their leaders. I will definitely hand over the qilin medicine with both hands, and all other conditions are off the table. Yi Fan was extremely straightforward. He wouldn't hand over this medicine no matter what. Every single ancient emperor had one without exception. Apart from prolonging one's life, there must be some unknown reason behind it. Perhaps it would be extremely important in the later stages. Let's discuss it. Don't be so inflexible. The things I give you won't be bad, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Wang Lin smiled sweetly. Her slender jade-like legs were faintly discernible as she walked forward. It's better if we maintain a certain distance to avoid any misunderstandings and disputes, said Yi Fan. This woman was more beautiful than a flower and had a celestial appearance, but she was also extremely dangerous. The divine body is peerless. I should be the one guarding against you. Wang Lin giggled and leisurely walked forward. However, in the end, she still stopped and didn't continue forward. Are you really not going to reconsider? My fire qilin cave has existed since the ancient times and produced ancient emperors. The immortal materials we have are things the people of the world yearn for even in their dreams. It is enough to make up for the Qilin medicine's value. Yi Fan shook his head. In this world, he felt that the most precious thing was the undying medicine. He had seen almost everything else, but divine medicines were the most difficult to find. Sigh, what a pity! The ones that came from hell and the human world are all divine children and goddesses. If a leader came, they could cut off their heads and exchange it with you. How great would that be? She ascended a jade carriage and propped up her chin in a daze. Her large eyes blinked. She looked innocent, but also flirtatious. There was a type of strange temperament to her. The human cultivators were all horrified. Just how powerful was this ancient emperor's young daughter? Unfortunately, she didn't fight against the divine body. It was difficult to estimate. Princess, if you want to take back the Qilin divine medicine, I'll help you get it. At this time, an ancient race male walked out. There was a spiritual jade horn between his brows. He wore chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. This was an expert from the horned race. Sure, if you can get it back for me, I'll invite you to stay in the Fire Qilin cave for a year. Wang Lin smiled, incomparably mesmerizing. The expressions of many people from the supreme ancient immortal realms changed. That was the cultivation place of ancient emperors and also the place where they entered closed-door seclusion in their later years. There were countless wondrous places there, and even the saints wanted nothing more than to enter, but they didn't have the chance to do so. Dong Ba Hong Bed. The silver-haired male spoke in a low voice, chanting an ancient incantation. His body glowed with a silver light, resembling a divine lamp that hung in the air. The people in the surroundings all hurriedly retreated, flying very far away. They were all filled with trepidation towards this incantation and weren't willing to get close to it. This is the death curse of the horned race. It's extremely difficult to dispel it. A young elite king at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation acted. The consequences would definitely be terrifying. Yi Fan heard their discussion. As long as this incantation was used within a certain range, even if one didn't die, they would still be weakened for a few years. It was extremely bizarre. The best solution was to immediately retreat and evade this ancient incantation. After it dissipated, they would then rush over to kill it. However, this place was already surrounded and it was difficult to break out. This gave the expert from the horned race the opportunity to unleash this secret art to its fullest potential. In the air, numerous tadpole-like runes appeared, trapping Yi Fan within. This was a bizarre energy known as the death curse. Saint physique of the human race, what do you think the 10,000 ancient immortal realms are? You have disrespected us time and time again. Today I will take your life. As a loud roar rang out, the silver hair of the young expert from the horned race fluttered in the wind. The jade horn in the center of his brows seemed to have gained sentience as it carved runes in the air, emitting a faint black light. Everyone retreated even further, afraid that the runes would contaminate their bodies. Even the baptism of the holy light from the ancient king wouldn't be able to cleanse it. However, everyone discovered to their astonishment that Yi Fan didn't retreat at all. He took the initiative to rush forward, moving towards the center. The tadpole-like runes were about to stick onto his body. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan made his move. His fingers were like heavenly swords as he carved the 9 ancient characters recorded in the Tao scriptures in the air. This allowed him to achieve a short period of eternity as if he was standing in another small world. He walked forward step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. The tadpole-like runes that filled the sky all fell down, but when they encountered the 9 ancient characters, they dissipated like ashes. They simply couldn't stop them. What? Everyone was astonished. For others, they would rather fight a disciple of the archaic imperial race than face this incantation head-on. They never expected that it would be broken down by Yi Fan on the spot. You, the young expert from the horned race, turned pale with fright. Every time he encountered an enemy, he would first evade and then look for an opportunity to attack. Today was the first time he had been attacked head-on. He turned around to leave. The pressure the human race's sacred body gave him was too terrifying. It was as if a burning immortal divine furnace was closing in on him to refine him. That surging golden blood energy terrified him. However, how could Yi Fan let him escape? After cultivating the Rou character art, his speed was incomparable. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off his path and smashed down with a fist. A beam of bloody light burst forth, and the silver-haired man directly turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed, and not even a piece of his shattered bones remained. Everyone was horrified, but the ancient race's various tribes didn't disperse. A group of people slowly approached, and there was no lack of elites from the royal family or even the imperial family among them. "Hey, old man, you sold a piece of information to so many of us. You must have earned quite a bit of origin power, right?" Wang Lin spoke while staring at the ancient watchtower in front of him. "The price of the information varies from 10,000 to 50,000 kilograms of origin power. It's not much. I'm just a poor man, and I'm far inferior to the Yuan Taoist master," Qi Luo said with a hollow laugh. Boom! No one said anything more. It was as if they had a tacit understanding and they all made their moves. All kinds of divine laws and secret treasures rose into the sky almost at the same time and rushed toward Yi Fan. "Since that's the case, I'll start a massacre." Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He definitely wouldn't be able to leave smoothly without paying the price in blood today. With a loud roar, his golden sacred domain expanded to its maximum size. It was as round as the Tao, enveloping him completely. In an instant, the myriad of techniques couldn't touch him, and he had no fear in his eyes as he rushed toward his enemies. An intense battle erupted. Tens to over 100 experts were present. Even if each of them unleashed a single move, it would be extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, even kings of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao would feel fear in their hearts. Let alone the fact that there was a godchild of the Killer God dynasty among them. Once these people acted, they would definitely kill. Only a few among the younger generation would be able to survive. With so many people attacking, and each of them was an elite, their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's golden sacred domain was about to be penetrated. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather, there were simply too many enemies, and each of them was terrifying to the extreme. His defense is shocking. He can already be compared to a king. Those who attacked were even more shocked. Logically speaking, a peak stage second-level Immortal Foundation expert should have been turned into ashes by a single strike. Yet, the saint physique of a human actually managed to endure it. Kill! Everyone surrounded him as the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Yi Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood as his heart turned cold. There were actually a few among them who weren't any weaker than him. Some of them even had a foot in the immortal Tao and were about to succeed in severing their Taos. Who are these people exactly? Over 100 terrifying elite kings attacked together, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. Yi Fan suffered heavy injuries and was sent flying a few times. His golden sacred domain was about to collapse. Invulnerable to all arts? Blast open his sacred domain and cause him to lose his defense. With so many people attacking him, we can definitely kill him. Someone roared. In truth, it was impossible for Yi Fan's sacred domain to block so many people. The main reason was that the Rou technique was unparalleled, allowing him to evade the most terrifying waves of attacks. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't clash head-on. As long as there were more than 20 people who managed to land a blow on the golden circle, blood would seep out from the corner of his mouth. Kill! Yi Fan was enraged. His killing intent was boundless as he started to fight to the death, slaughtering everything in his way. The young elite king of the shadow race silently rushed over from the back, hiding in the black mist. However, he was discovered by Yi Fan in an instant. The secret arts of the celestial court were unleashed. With a chop of his hand, the young elite king was split into two as fresh blood splattered high into the air. 3,000 li of ice. A woman in white shouted. She was an expert of the snow race and could naturally use the ice god technique. A white wave of air drowned Yi Fan and sealed him in a piece of divine ice. Good, the others exclaimed. Bang! However, the divine ice collapsed in an instant. Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist could not seal him at all. Moreover, the power of this fist was unparalleled. One after another, figures turned into bloody mist as their names were erased from the world. 11 elites of the ancient race had been killed with one punch. This shocking result left everyone stupefied, but they didn't stop. Even more ferocious attacks were unleashed. Everyone in the distance took out all types of weapons, attacking over. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, the gold sacred domain collapsing several times. Kill! Yi Fan shouted again. He activated the army technique, and all the ancient weapons turned in reverse. It was as if time was flowing backward, and a strange change occurred. Miserable cries rose and fell. 9 people died under their own weapons, and there were more than 10 who were injured, their bodies covered in blood. This scene was even more terrifying, making many people shiver inwardly. They tightly gripped their weapons, their palms covered in cold sweat. There were even some who couldn't help but tremble. He's finished. After suffering our combined attacks, there's no way he can hold on for much longer. Someone sneered and took action first. Yes, he can't hold on anymore. The life ghost race woman laughed sinisterly. Her face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine scales. The blood of the archaic human race, I really miss it. I wonder how holy blood tastes now? Yi Fan was on the verge of collapse. Facing so many experts was truly strenuous. Even Immortal 3's people couldn't hold on for a long time. The future kings of the various clans charged forward together. Roar! Yi Fan released a great roar. He risked his life to kill. With a leap, he entered the crowd and grabbed that life ghost race woman. Then, with a forceful pull, she was torn apart with a prung sound. Blood splashed everywhere. This scene was extremely bloody, but it was extremely intimidating. Many people backed up in fear, not daring to approach. Finally, the golden sacred domain collapsed. Yi Fan chanted an ancient scripture. It was precisely the Nirvana scripture that An Miaoi passed down to him. Golden blood energy surged within his body, quickly recovering his injured body. Hurry, stop him. We can't give him any time. Many people shouted and took action together. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. He rushed over while healing his injuries. The rho symbol art was displayed to its peak as he slaughtered in all directions. A woman whose entire body was covered in raging flames erupted at this crucial moment, wanting to burn Yi Fan down. She was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. Battle Saint Art. Yi Fan's eyes were ice cold. His hands moved about, looking down on the world like divine King Jiang. He actually produced a sacred furnace that was scarlet red like blood. The eternal universe furnace flew out and suppressed forward. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out. That woman bore the brunt of the attack and was killed on the spot. The instant the sacred furnace collapsed, 8 or 9 people were burned to ashes. When Yi Fan used the Battle Saint art to evolve the eternal universe furnace, he also activated the sacred power of the ancient sun scripture to form this sacred furnace. They complemented each other. Although our celestial court doesn't have the scriptures of the great ancient emperors, the previous masters would experience all kinds of cruel tempering to become number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice from the ancient watchtower. In the past, if one couldn't become a peerless expert and couldn't kill all the kings, the celestial court would rather not choose a master. Old Saber Hancho also transmitted his voice. That's right. The master of the celestial court must be number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo's words were sonorous and resounded in Yi Fan's ears. It was as if 10,000 swords were unsheathed, rumbling together. Chapter 839. The great battle had already reached its climax. Yi Fan went crazy, doing everything he could to break out of the encirclement. His entire body was covered in blood, slaughtering until everyone trembled. Meanwhile, he himself also suffered serious injuries. Peng peng. Great collisions continuously rang out. Bloody paste and shattered bones flew everywhere, terrifying rumbling sounds ringing out continuously. There were exceptional figures in this group who were deeply hidden, not much weaker than him. At this moment, They finally began to exert force, every strike making heaven and earth collapse. Chung. Ancient weapons clashed, great weapons colliding, the noise deafening. Yi Fan operated the army character formula, controlling all types of secret treasures, turning them around to kill their masters. This was a terrifying and crazy scene, miserable cries rising and falling. Dao sounds resonated between heaven and earth, shaking everyone until their primordial spirits were about to split apart. These were the cries of ancient weapons, quite a few of them divine objects, yet they couldn't be controlled, killing their own masters. A rain of blood flew about. This was a cruel great battle. Yi Fan didn't have a choice, only using the most effective, simplest, and most energy-saving methods to continue living. There wasn't a single weakling on the battlefield, some of them destined to become the future ancestral kings of various clans. Right now, they were attacking Yi Fan together. This was practically a dead end. It was difficult for him to make it through. Another ancient race young expert cried out. Under the radiation of the army character formula, half of his head was cut off by his own ancient mirror, his primordial spirit also melting under the light of the mirror. Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were powerful enemies who were fearless, not cowering back. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also paid a tremendous price, the golden sacred domain collapsing several times, flesh as powerful as his almost exploding, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With so many powerful individuals working together, even the kings of Immortal 3 had to nurse a grievance. This was especially the case with a few individuals among them, their own strength extremely powerful, 1 foot over the threshold of Immortal 3, possessing world-shocking strength. They blended into the crowd and launched a terrifying ambush every now and then. Almost every single one of their attacks was fatal. This was a bloody battle. Yi Fan was about to break out several times, but he was always stopped by the most powerful individuals, forcing him to fight with his life on the line, exhausting his own life. Clang. Just as Yi Fan was in the most dangerous situation, a deity law appeared out of nowhere. It flew over like a divine light from outer space and went straight for the center of Yi Fan's brows. Not to mention him, even the people around him felt like their bodies were about to crack and their yuan shen was about to collapse. The divine son of the mortal world had made his move. He actually didn't leave this entire time, patiently enduring until now. Finally, he found a fatal opening, decisively and mercilessly slashing out. Yi Fan was in a life and death situation. He was being attacked by a few top figures. They were the top figures of the ancient race's younger generation, and all of them had 1 foot over the threshold of the Dao-severing realm. It was difficult for him to deal with the sudden attack. This was a sword of order engraved with all types of symbols. It was completely forged from natural laws, representing the power of the mortal world's divine child. He had already succeeded in severing the Dao. All of this was too critical. There was no time to think. Yi Fan exerted all of his cultivation and exerted the power of the army formula to the extreme to interfere with the sword of order. It's useless. This isn't a material sword. It is forged from natural laws. Once it comes into contact with it, it will turn into ashes. The divine son of the mortal world said sinisterly. However, the army formula was peerless and exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the weapon formed from natural laws was disturbed. The sword of order stopped in that instant. Chung. At the same time, not far away, an individual's entire body shone. He wore undying battle clothes, and under the control of the army formula, his entire body flew over in reverse, blocking in front of Yi Fan. Pooh! The sword of order mercilessly entered the space between his brows. He was like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting along with the divine laws. His flesh and bones were melting. It was a sight too horrible to endure. In the end, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody rain. His remains scattered in all directions, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. At the same time, Yi Fan also suffered the attacks of several other top-level figures. Blood flowed out from his mouth as he flew outwards. However, he still avoided a disaster of death in the end. This was a bitter battle. A rain of blood scattered down from the sky, and there were many broken bones. It was like an azure battlefield. The sun and moon lost all radiance from the battle, and it was filled with the haze of death. Third Immortal slaying Dao. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally encountered such an opponent. This was especially so since this opponent was an assassin from the mortal world. He didn't fight head-on but chose to assassinate him instead. This caused his situation to become even more unfavorable. At the center of his brows, a drop of golden blood dripped down. The sword of order didn't manage to pierce through, but the aura it exuded was enough to pierce through anyone else's immortal foundation. There was no time to waste. Every minute and every second was filled with death. This battle had already reached the climax, and to him, there was no path of retreat. He could only rush forward. Some wanted to seize the Qilin divine medicine seed, some wanted to act on behalf of the Heaven Prince and Yuan Gu, and there were also some who wanted to kill Yi Fan. An example was the Killer God dynasty. Yi Fan roared in a low voice. The golden blood he spilled transformed into a supreme sword qi that pierced through the experts in all directions. Many of them died in the air. Bzz. Many experts joined forces and rushed forward. Tens of cracks appeared on Yi Fan's body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have long been reduced to dust. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was flung through the air. Fighting against so many future kings alone. Even if he dies, it's already a glorious death. The expert from the Blood Lightning King race was as majestic as a mountain. His blood-red hair draped over his shoulders and his entire body was enveloped in divine light. This was one of the few powerful enemies. Yi Fan had tried to kill him several times but failed. Instead, he was taken advantage of by the others, adding more injuries to his body. What the elite king from the Blood Lightning race said was the truth. Some of them would definitely become ancestral kings in the future. But now, even after joining forces, they still couldn't kill this enemy. This was truly a glorious battle achievement that shocked everyone. Moo! Everyone fought until their blood boiled. The expert from the Herculean Bull Devil race swayed his mountain-like body and rushed forward. He suddenly unleashed a ruthless attack, unleashing the barbaric bull wave that could destroy mountains and rivers, wanting to knock Yi Fan unconscious. Yi Fan shouted and the six-syllable mantra of Buddhism was used again. It was as if the universe had just been opened, and the sound of the absolute beginning streaked across. With a buzzing sound, heaven and earth trembled. In front of him, the elite of the Herculean Bull Devil race was covered in thick black fur. At this moment, he roared incessantly and his mountain-like demonic body rapidly cracked. Boom! He let out a loud cry unwillingly. In the end, he couldn't block this mantra and collapsed in the confrontation of the Dao sounds. He turned into a mass of flesh and broken bones and died a violent death. The people beside him were also annihilated in body and soul. In the void, a pair of thick and sturdy horns fell off and turned into two Dao axes. They were surrounded by endless Dao patterns and fell straight down. In the end, it still killed and injured Yi Fan. The two axes transformed from horns exploded beside Yi Fan's body, causing his body to shake violently and spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. One of his feet was already at the gate of Immortal Foundation. Such a person's all-out attack was extremely terrifying and fatal. He would usually drag his enemies down with him. No one would be willing to fight like this. However, Yi Fan had no other choice. Right now, he had already gone berserk. It was impossible for him to not be stained by blood or suffer any injuries. He could only fight with his life on the line. At the side, the future immortal kings were all shocked. The Herculean Bull Devil race was the most valiant and powerful to such an extent. Yet, their final attack only caused the saint physique of the human race to cough out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Such a result caused the hearts of everyone to turn cold. An intense battle caused the heavens and earth to turn dark. A sinister wind howled as countless vengeful spirits gathered here. Yi Fan's entire body was filled with injuries as he fought in all directions. This battle was destined to shock the world. One person fought against so many experts and each of them was extremely powerful. Yet, Yi Fan actually managed to endure for such a long time without dying. Peak second-level Immortal Foundation experts, those who stood at the gate of the Dao severing realm, as well as those who had truly stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. The combination of these people was sufficient to kill a terrifying immortal king. However, the saint physique of the human race rampaged about and didn't die from the start. Although his injuries worsened, he still didn't collapse. At the very end, many people felt their hair standing on end. They didn't understand the saint physique of the human race, but through this battle, they understood that the saint physique of the human race might not be weaker than the son of the ancient emperors. What sort of characters were the ancient sacred emperors? They represented the extremity of the Tao and were supreme existences. A single person could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries, eternally invincible. Their descendants would inherit their incomparable bloodline after they reached the peak. In the process of growth, they might even surpass the ancient emperors when they were young. After all, the ancient emperors experienced numerous breakthroughs, as well as the baptism of tens of thousands of battles before they finally corroborated their Tao. Hence, they had the aptitude of the emperor and had a supreme bloodline. As for their descendants, they were born with this bloodline and were bestowed with terrifying strength. Their aptitude was extremely rare and incomparable. In the sky, there was a mist of blood everywhere. Pieces of broken bones floated about, surrounded by strange Tao runes. This battle caused ghosts to wail and gods to howl, the 9 heavens to wail. Yi Fan was indeed powerful. But being surrounded by so many powerful and terrifying people, even if he was the reincarnation of a war god, he would still be crippled. Even a king who has slashed his Tao for many years should have died long ago. His physique is too strong. Many people felt their hair standing on end. Yi Fan was in a difficult situation. His entire body was covered in blood. Although he staggered about, he didn't fall from the start. Moreover, he would occasionally display terrifying methods to kill the peak characters of the various races. Finally, the divine child of the mortal world bared his fangs for the second time. The sword of order flew out once more. The immortal light pointed at the back of Yi Fan's head, slashing apart the sky as it neared him. He was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant the entire time. At the crucial moment, he would deliver a fatal blow. He was steady, accurate, and ruthless, seeking to kill in one strike. This was already someone at the Tao severing realm, a meticulous assassination, naturally unfathomable. He quickly and abruptly attacked, the immortal light almost about to split Yi Fan in half. A terrifying great crack appeared on his back, illuminating the entire sky dome. "I was just waiting for you to appear." Divine light rushed into the heavens from the top of Yi Fan's head. It was as if a true dragon had leapt out, frightening all directions. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao and carried the cauldron out. The extreme sublimation, the Tai Chi reversed and turned into limitless, which was also the beginning of the Tao. It broke through the golden Tao body of the physical body and turned into a Tao point that transcended the world. The little golden person carried the small cauldron. It shone brilliantly and became the only thing between heaven and earth, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the great Tao. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's movements seemed to have slowed down, almost to a standstill. The little golden person carried the energy of all things cauldron, smashed the sword of order, and rushed towards the divine child of the mortal world. This was the second time Yi Fan had displayed this kind of Tao fruit on this ancient star. Everyone was shaken. They felt that their movements had become much slower in this space. The divine child of the mortal world roared. One couldn't help but admit that he was extremely powerful. After slashing the Tao 3 times, he possessed boundless divine might. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was world-shaking. He opened his mouth and spat out an expanse of Tao light. This was the Tao he had cultivated for many years. He fought against the little golden person who had merged with the Tao, wanting to block this world-shocking attack. However, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao also contained the profundity of one weapon breaking 10,000 laws. The energy of all things pressed down, destroying all ancient weapons and divine laws. Suddenly Yi Fan felt extreme danger. There was an unforeseen event happening in his physical body. Someone was going to attack him. When this technique appeared, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Almost no one could break through the restriction. However, at this moment, someone was forcefully breaking through and was about to approach his physical body. There's actually such a person after slashing the Tao 3 times? Yi Fan's heart sank. The little golden person carried the cauldron and smashed down. The divine child of the mortal world's entire body collapsed. Only his primordial spirit and half a head escaped. Yi Fan couldn't chase after him. His physical body was about to be taken advantage of. He had no choice but to abandon everything here and quickly return to his body. The primordial spirit merging with the Tao and carrying the cauldron was extremely fast. Meanwhile, the enemy seemed to be restricted in this space and his movements were much slower. When he returned, he narrowly avoided a blow that would have destroyed his body and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that the movements of the people around him became normal. All kinds of divine laws and weapons were as fast as lightning. There was also a person from the third immortal who had cut the Tao. He actually hadn't made a move all this time. Until now, his flesh shell was almost destroyed. It was said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of races. Not all of the experts came from the royal families. It was just like the human cultivators. Some of the smaller races might also have exceptional experts. This was an expert who had successfully cut the Tao. He could fight against the ancient princes now. No one could say for sure how far he would go in the future. One had to know that some ancient emperors were born from small races. Then, they fought step by step and finally proved their Tao, achieving the divine might of the royal family. This person's attack didn't succeed. He immediately disappeared into the crowd and didn't attack again. Yi Fan couldn't care less about this. Now, he could only break through. This group of people were all at the same level. It would be a legend if he could kill all of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill 100 elite kings of this level by himself. There's only one chance left. At this moment, he suddenly unleashed a strange phenomenon. The golden bitter sea, green lotus, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, beautiful land and mountains all appeared and connected together. It was still incomplete, but in a short moment, it emitted boundless light and divine power. Immediately, miserable screams came from the surroundings. The 11 people in front of him all seemed to have ascended. They turned into a rain of light and died just like that. Yi Fan rushed over and broke through the encirclement into the distance. He wanted to leave the battlefield. During this process, boundless laws attacked, covering the sky and covering the earth. After suffering the heavy attacks of so many experts, the connected phenomenon was originally about to disappear. At this moment, it suddenly collapsed. Another 5 people were swept in and dimmed along with the phenomenon. They were badly mutilated and died in the sky. A rain of blood flew everywhere. With a long tremble, ripples extended. A great cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. The 10,000 Dao Qi descended. He continued to rush out with the deity striking whip in hand. At this time, it was impossible to use the purple golden hammer in his body. Perhaps half a strike would exhaust his divine force, and then he could forget about fighting or escaping. At this moment, he couldn't even open the golden sacred domain. After fighting to this point and being attacked by over 100 experts, even a divine child would collapse. This battle was equivalent to a rehearsal for the great battle against some of the future ancestral kings of the various races. Some of these people were destined to be existences of that level in the future. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's physical body was about to collapse. He charged forward with great difficulty. With a pu sound, the 10,000 Dao Qi trembled. That dazzling man from the blood lightning royal race with blood hair draped over his shoulders was finally killed. Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip in his hand. All of the pitch-black wings of the fallen winged races Lu Dongfa were shattered. His entire body was also torn into pieces. Finally, he killed his way out of the encirclement. With the Rho formula under his feet, he rushed into the distance. After fighting the future kings alone, Yi Fan did not fall. He carved out a path of blood as he left, leaving behind a figure that made others tremble. This battle was destined to shake the world. It was a world-shocking achievement. A single person was able to escape unscathed under the siege of so many terrifying enemies. The world was going to be thrown into an uproar. Chapter 840. He actually killed so many people in this battle and killed his way out alone. This is far beyond our expectations. Qi Luo revealed an astonished expression. Old Saber Hancho was drenched in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. He knew that he had no hope of accomplishing this. This battle caused the heaven and earth to dim and ghosts to weep and gods to howl. A group of future kings suffered disastrous losses. Qi Luo was the first to give chase. Next, Wang Lin are also moved, leaving behind a blue silhouette. No one had expected that Yi Fan would be so daring as to not leave the divine city at all. After coughing out a mouthful of golden blood, he landed on the street and proceeded on foot. Many people were startled. What exactly did he want to do? With such great courage, he actually stopped in the divine city. Could it be that he wanted to fight and kill until corpses littered the ground? Yi Fan was very calm. He arrived at the Merak stone square using the line formula and pushed open the shabby door with a creak. He walked straight in. The people who chased after him were all stunned. No one dared to approach. There was a saint overseeing this place, so who would dare to go in and act wildly? Yi Fan greeted the gatekeeper and then found a place to sit cross-legged. Golden blood qi rose from his body and he turned into a statue of a deity. His appearance was solemn and dignified. Although the Nirvana scripture he obtained was only a simplified version, it was enough for him to cultivate with his physique. Inside the Merak Holy Land, golden blood qi was rising like a large steamer. Battle qi was rising and Yi Fan's body was constantly making noises as the various wounds on his body healed. In just 4 hours, he opened his eyes and restrained his blood qi. He was full of vigor again. After washing away the bloodstains in the spring, his whole body flickered with luster, looking strong and powerful. Yi Fan changed into a set of battle clothes and walked towards the gatekeeper. He greeted the gatekeeper and said, "I have disturbed seniors' peaceful cultivation time and time again. Today, I present you with a bottle of clear spring water. This is the best water for brewing tea." This was the divine spring from the forbidden ancient land. He was very familiar with it and brought it into the gatekeeper's room without the slightest regard. However, his heart was beating like a drum. This old man might be one of the survivors from back then. Would he go crazy after smelling the aura of the forbidden ancient land? It's been a long time since I've smelled this scent. The aged saint's voice was very fleeting. He took out a broken jar and handed it to Yi Fan. Enlightenment tea leaves. Among them, there were actually more than 10 pieces. This was a priceless divine tea, and this was especially true for those who had great accomplishments. These tea leaves were more precious than anything else. Yi Fan hurriedly went to boil some water. Drinking tea was a small matter, but being able to drink with this sage was more important. He really wanted to ask this old man to come out and hold the fort for him. If they really wanted to establish a religion, they would let this old man sit at the mountain gate. There was no need for any peerless defensive formations. One person was enough. Those who became saints in the post-primordial era were almost synonymous with invincibility. The divine spring water was already boiling. Yi Fan glanced at the broken tea jar and didn't dare to recklessly waste it. He only took out 2 leaves and placed them into the pot. A fragrance immediately pervaded the air. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching from afar. They all felt a little scared after seeing this scene. Yi Fan had just been fighting a bloody battle in all directions, and in the next moment he ran here to find a saint to drink tea. At this moment, everyone in the divine city felt a headache. Even the ancient races felt a chill down their backs. They were deeply shocked and felt an indescribable lingering fear. In the end, Qi Luo still appeared. He entered the old territory of Merak and let out a hollow laugh outside the gatekeeper's room. He saluted the surviving saint of Merak. Yi Fan used this opportunity to probe. Although this old bastard hadn't become a saint yet, he probably wasn't far from it. Looking at his current posture, he could find some clues. Qi Luo entered the room with a sanctimonious appearance. This made Yi Fan's teeth itch. He wanted nothing more than to beat him up and kick him a couple of times. "Crybaby, what are you doing here?" Aren't you going to establish a religion? I'll give you whatever you lack. Qi Luo was quite straightforward. If I get involved with you guys, I'll most likely kill you all over the world. At that time, who knows how many Supreme Emperor weapons will come bearing down on our borders. Yi Fan shook his head. The celestial court has long been annihilated. We don't want to restore it. We just need to break through the ancient halls of hell and the mortal world. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Qi Luo was quite straightforward. At the same time, he didn't regard himself as an outsider. He saluted the Saint of Merak respectfully and then snatched a cup of tea from Yi Fan and slowly tasted it. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and spread very far, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Using the divine spring in the life forbidden zone to brew enlightenment tea. This pot of tea is too precious. This is something the ancient great emperors often do. Qi Luo was almost intoxicated, but he didn't dare to lose his composure. He was very respectful to the Saint of Merak and said some words that even Yi Fan couldn't hear clearly. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and drifted to the tranquil ancient street. Many peepers were almost intoxicated and had a dazed expression. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the gatehouse. This wasn't the first time he drank enlightenment tea, but this time was the most different. His heart was empty and he calmed down all of a sudden. He comprehended the various aspects of the battle just now and entered a wondrous state. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He poured the second cup of tea and began to taste it. He felt as if there were divine laws interweaving in his immortal platform. Greetings, human saint. A sweet voice rang out. Wang Lin had arrived and respectfully saluted outside the gatehouse. The Saint of Merak nodded and didn't say anything. Hun combed her sea-like shiny blue hair and walked in gracefully. In the past, my father would boil a pot of enlightenment tea with the divine spring every day. He would silently gaze at the starry sky and often stay up all night. I couldn't help but come in when I smelled the familiar fragrance of the tea. She explained to the Saint of Merak and forgave him for disturbing them. She was much more particular than Qi Luo. How extravagant, using the divine spring in the forbidden zone of life to boil enlightenment tea every day. So the ancient emperors are a habit inherited from the ancient emperors. Qi Luo was speechless. Unfortunately, that old tea tree seems to be inseparable from the undying mountain. My father wanted to plant it beside the fire Qilin cave, but it almost died and was sent back, Wang Lin said. Yi Fan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. That old tea tree was really pitiful. The undying heavenly emperor chopped down its trunk and used it as a coffin board. Moreover, when they entered the undying mountain more than 10 years ago, the big black dog had also said that great Emperor Wuxia had also tortured it. The old tea tree was sickly and almost died. It had no choice but to be planted back into the undying mountain. The ancient emperors have passed away, and the ancient emperors have also passed away. After a terrifyingly long period of time, nothing exists anymore. Only the enlightenment tea and the other immortal herbs are still alive, the Saint of Merak said. This shocked Yi Fan. That was right, the world had changed and time had changed. It seemed like the only living things that could truly live forever in this world were the immortal divine herbs. Was this the reason why even the ancient emperors would have one? They were searching. Can I have a taste? Wang Lin's eyes were misty, and it was unknown whether she was acting or revealing her true feelings. She said, in the past, my father would boil it for me every day, but I was too lazy to drink it. Now, I can only think of him through the fragrance of the tea. Please sit. Come, slowly taste the tea. Tell me some stories about the ancient emperors as payment. Yi Fan poured her a cup of tea. He wanted to hear what kind of existence the ancient emperors were. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My father only had me and my youngest brother in his later years. My deceased brother was 12,000 years older than us, and we couldn't feel the majesty and unattainability of our father like others. He was only a loving father and was no different from ordinary people. Wang Lin faintly smiled. She then quietly drank the tea and didn't say anything else. Even if there were some secrets, she wouldn't speak of them. Yi Fan was stunned. How many pairs of siblings could have a difference of 12,000 years between them? Just how many years did they have to live to have such children? The sky darkened. Wang Lin spoke again, wanting to exchange the Qilin medicine with Yi Fan, but she was still rejected. She then left gracefully. Yi Fan and Qi Luo also bid their farewells and left Merak Stone Square. They disappeared into the night and disappeared from the divine city. At this moment, no one stopped them. Today, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The young experts of the ancient races were stunned. The human Saint Physique slaughtered everything in his path. He was invincible and no one could stop him. The commotion spread. Many people were discussing this matter, causing a huge uproar. Is the human Saint Physique really so powerful? Can it be compared to the ancient princes? This is really unexpected. Wang Lin didn't fight against her. What is that girl planning? Not even hundreds of great experts could kill him. If he could sever his Tao, he would be invincible under the heavens in an era without saints. Regardless of whether it was the ancient races or the human race, all the cultivators were in heated discussion. The heavenly village was a small world no one knew about. The villagers looked very ordinary. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living an ordinary and simple life. However, after Yi Fan activated the heavenly eye, he discovered something strange. Even the children walking on the road were silent. This had already become a habit of theirs. Not far away, the children who were playing hide and seek appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was the unique movement technique of assassins. After dinner, several elders sat on a large blue stone in front of the village and chatted. If they didn't speak, there would be no signs of life. Not far away, some people returned from hunting in the depths of the mountains. They were like specters, blending into the world and becoming a habit. Yi Fan was in a daze. This was a village of assassins. That kind of instinct had penetrated deep into their bones and had already become a habit. This is the only small world created by the ancient sages of the celestial court. The others have all been destroyed, said Qi Luo. There were very few people in the heavenly village. There were only 40 to 50 families and a little more than 100 people. Yi Fan had long since prepared his heart. If the celestial court was prosperous enough, they wouldn't have found him. Moreover, they had endured in hell and the human world until now. Actually, you don't need to run to the Jade Stone Square to drink tea. There's no need to make me feel apprehensive. I won't harm you, said Qi Luo with narrowed eyes. Elder Qi, someone in the outside world killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world and is clamoring for the Qilin medicine. A villager came over and reported honestly. What, so fast? Who did this, getting rid of such a big fish? Yi Fan was shocked. It's someone from the divine silkworm ridge, said Qi Luo. The divine silkworm Daoist walked in the human world in a drunken state. An old Daoist followed behind him to protect him, fearing that something would happen to him. And this time, it was this old Daoist from the divine silkworm ridge who took action and killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world. The human world is in trouble. After the divine silkworm race kills someone, they can use the silk-reeling cocoon secret technique to search for those who have come into contact with them. Who knows, they might be able to find the ancient palace of the human world. Qi Luo chuckled and said, the divine silkworm race's immortal medicine has also been lost. They have taken root in the ancient abyss. Are they going to fight for the Qilin medicine with the Fire Qilin cave? Good shows are coming one after another. The ancient races have only appeared not long ago. How do you know their secret technique? As an assassin, I have to keep up with the times, said Qi Luo proudly. In truth, Yi Fan really wanted to smack him after seeing his expression. If I couldn't beat those people in the divine city and couldn't break out of the encirclement, would you have just stood by and watched? This kind of assumption is meaningless. Qi Luo shook his head. Number one in the world? Your celestial court is too arrogant. Yi Fan didn't hold back and pointed out the age of the great ancient emperor. In that era, there was a celestial court, but there was no master of the celestial court, answered Qi Luo seriously. Yi Fan pointed out without any trace of politeness. He had seen the last master of the celestial court. He had died in an undignified manner and didn't seem like the style of a peerless expert. He told him everything he had seen at the sacred cliff. Qi Luo was silent for a long time after listening and said, "The great completion Saint Physique was possessed by a devil spirit and grew green hair. He needed great Emperor Wu Shi to suppress it. The master of the celestial court who was on the verge of death was killed by such an existence. It wasn't shameful at all." The two talked for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan took out the scepter of the celestial court and the human skin scripture. Immediately, a monstrous murderous aura surged. Qi Luo was finally excited after seeing these two items. His body was trembling. He stretched his hands forward and held up the two sacred items with trembling hands. "I've finally seen the sacred items of our ancestors again." He couldn't help but burst into tears again. "Don't cry. I want to step on your face when I see you cry." Yi Fan was in a bad mood. "Sigh, I was too excited and forgot myself." "Ah." Qi Luo laughed loudly. The contrast between before and after was too great. "This weapon." Yi Fan endured the bone-piercing chill and raised the golden scepter. It was incomparably gloomy, like a supreme divine treasure that could suppress the underworld. "There's no need to show it to me. It's just like this. Even if you find a few more saints, it will still be the same. The higher the cultivation, the greater the saint power." Qi Luo said. He clearly stated that there was no real seal. Yi Fan already knew that this was a sacred weapon that had been passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, it should have been refined by someone above the great sage level. However, he had never taken it out to use. That was because this scepter was very special. No matter how powerful one's own strength was, it would be able to display the divine might of the corresponding realm. He had found a few people to try to unseal it, but they all failed. "Back then, my celestial court had other sacred weapons. Unfortunately, they were all taken away. This scepter has a special meaning. Without a cultivation above the great sage level, one is not worthy of using it. This state is for the sake of inspiring future generations. Only when one is compatible with it can one wield it and display a divine might capable of destroying the heaven and earth." Qi Luo was full of heroic spirit. Then he lowered his voice and said, "The Alcade has the black gold cauldron with dragon patterns. It was born from the heaven and earth. This scepter of ours is also the same. It has a secret that even the ancient great sage went crazy over." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Then he asked again. Unfortunately, Qi Luo's knowledge was limited. In the end, Qi Luo held the human skin scripture and said with a trembling voice, "Did you know? This not only records the most crucial part of my celestial court's great killing technique, but it is also the most terrifying weapon." "It's a weapon?" Yi Fan was astonished. "Naturally, it is the Book of Time. It was refined by one of my sect's patriarchs using his own quasi-emperor skin. The Book of Time." These 4 words shocked Yi Fan until he was stupefied. He could tell just from hearing it that it was endlessly frightening. According to legend, one of the celestial court's masters ate an immortal medicine and lived 2 lives. He truly cultivated the Xing formula and touched upon the domain of time. Could it be that this human skin was refined into a supreme secret treasure called the Book of Time? Chapter 841. The Book of Time was more than a foot long. It was squarish and almost transparent with specks of luster. It was mysterious and strange, making people feel uneasy. Time was difficult to erase. This kind of human skin was also known as the skin of a god. It was impervious to all tribulations and emitted a shocking murderous aura that could almost break one's bones and muscles. There were many densely packed characters carved on both sides. Ordinary people couldn't see them clearly because the characters were very small. These ancient characters were written in silver lines and were as vigorous as an azure dragon or an iron snake. It was as if millions of swords were glued to the surface and a clanking sound could be heard throughout the ages. At this moment, it was as if one was standing in a land of ice. The cold was bone-piercing as if they were facing millions of wailing gods. The ancient sage's skin flickered with a sparkling luster. Qi Luo pointed out with his finger. Smoke and clouds flowed, but the divine skin didn't move in the slightest. He lightly shouted and a mouthful of innate essence gushed out. turning into multicolored splendor that sprinkled on the skin. Chi! Finally, some small characters emitted light like little dragons moving about. They were dazzling as each stroke cut through the void. It's not like this. Qi Luo frowned. He then opened his mouth and spat out 3 mouthfuls of milky white innate essence which sprinkled on the translucent human skin. Wang! This world was like a sealed box. The inside of it began to sway as hundreds of small characters lit up on the divine skin. They were all branded in the void, each and every one of them translucent. Yi Fan was astonished. He felt an indescribable power as if time was changing. This place was a bit chaotic. Qi Luo was struggling. His brows were locked tightly together as hundreds of small characters floated in the air and surrounded him. He left the ground and wanted to wave them around, but he found that they wouldn't listen to his commands. It's still not working. These small characters won't obey my summons. I can't use their power. When he absorbed the multicolored splendor and swallowed the innate essence back into his body, the small characters were once again branded on the translucent human skin and calmed down. Over 10,000 small characters were written in silver lines. Every stroke was a type of time talisman. With so many small characters together, it was a type of heaven-defying power. However, normal people couldn't activate it. When over 10,000 symbols appeared, they would form a time node, changing the trajectory of time. Incomparably terrifying things would happen within its range. This is Quasi-Emperor's secret treasure. Without reaching the Saint Realm, it's difficult to comprehend. It doesn't contain a deity, but rather requires a type of aura to activate, Qi Luo said. Secret treasures were different from other weapons. They had their own unique ways of using them. They weren't ordinary weapons, but some of them possessed incredible power, capable of destroying the universe and collapsing the heavens. The master of the celestial court, who has lived 2 lives, is indeed impressive. To be able to create such a secret artifact and dare to call it the Book of Time, there must be something extraordinary about it, Yi Fan said. Back in those days, the master of the celestial court wielded a supreme scepter in one hand and the Book of Time in the other. He was invincible and unstoppable in the world. The number of people in the world who could block 10 moves from him couldn't even exceed 1 hand. Zyro sighed. This is the skin of Quasi-Emperor. After consuming the undying medicine, he became a supreme Dao fruit. Yi Fan flipped it around and looked at it. Holding it felt like holding a steel needle in his hand. His entire body was in pain and it was difficult to grasp it. If it wasn't refined into a secret treasure, there was no way to hold it in one's hand. The killing Dao laws contained within might injure those near it. Yi Fan tried repeatedly. In the end, the tiny golden figure in the space between his brows stepped out and sat cross-legged on the 1-foot square divine skin. It circulated the aspect formula and soared into the sky with a swoosh. Qi Luo's eyes almost popped out. He hurriedly chased after it. Very soon, light flashed and the tiny golden figure bared its fangs. It leaped up and rapidly entered the Immortal platform. How was it? What did you experience just now? Yi Fan opened his eyes and felt waves of pain in the space between his brows. It was as fast as flowing light, but it still didn't involve time. It was as painful as being pricked by a needle. All of a sudden his expression changed. Something's not right. It felt like time paused for an instant. Maybe it would be of great use in the future. After that, he repeatedly practiced and tried. Tiny characters floated up from the 1-foot square divine skin, engulfing the tiny golden figure as it sped through the space between heaven and earth. Sadly, there's only an instant of time. It's so fast that it's hard to make use of it, Yi Fan said. There's still a place for us to create battle machines. If we use them well, we'll be able to deal a fatal blow, Qi Luo said. He had also tried it many times. Yi Fan nodded. This secret treasure was too high grade. It was an artifact that could only be used by characters at the saint level and above. One could imagine the graceful bearing of the Lord of the Celestial Court when he wielded the scepter in one hand and the Book of Time in the other. After a very long time, the 2 of them sat down on a large piece of green and began to discuss in detail. In the heavenly village, they had the secret method of the Celestial Court, but they were missing a crucial part, which was this piece of quasi-emperor's human skin. The core information was recorded on it. Of course, the core lacked branches and leaves, and there were no detailed rules for expansion, so it couldn't be considered perfect. Only when the two were put together would they form the true inheritance of the celestial court. As for the line, character secret, that was another matter. Only the few leaders of the celestial court could cultivate it, so it wasn't counted in this piece of scripture. It was the art of the cult. On that very day, the two of them completed the celestial court scripture. It could be said that this piece of scripture was shocking and could even be considered bloody. It was purely a way to prove one's Dao through killing. Without a doubt, this kind of inheritance wasn't suitable for Yi Fan. It wasn't quite the same as the path he had taken. He only killed his enemies, but the celestial court treated killing as a kind of instinct and habit. However, after careful study and observation, many laws of Dao were very enlightening, allowing one to comprehend by analogy. As for the secret technique, it could be used. Qi Luo spoke frankly. He wasn't too far away from becoming a saint. In the future, he might be able to set foot in that domain and truly challenge hell and the human world. Do they really have a saint killer? Yi Fan asked. An assassin becoming a saint was a relatively serious and terrifying matter. Proving one's Dao through killing wasn't something to be casually said. In a true life and death battle, a saint killer could kill off many people of the same level. It's very difficult to become a saint in this world, but since they've made a comeback, how would they dare to show themselves without confidence? Qi Luo said with a frown. In the heavenly village, there were about 120 people of all ages and genders. It wasn't a lot, but they were all natural-born assassins. That kind of instinct had melded into their bones. Yi Fan felt that if he found a mountain to establish a cult and dragged these people over, the foundation would be complete in an instant. This was a ready-made framework, so he didn't need to spend much effort. As for Qi Luo, he was originally passionate about building the celestial court and wanted to destroy hell and the human world. If he was asked to do the hard work, he would definitely fulfill his duty. You've passed the heavenly village's test and can now be considered the divine son of the celestial court, Qi Luo said. To hell with the divine son. No matter how I hear it, it sounds like I'm going to be ripped off. I've even personally killed one, so I definitely won't fall for it. Yi Fan shook his head. Could it be that you want to directly become the master of the celestial court? Right now, you're too far away from being number one under the heavens, Qi Luo said with a glare. 2 days later, Yi Fan brought the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi over and entered the heavenly village together. Brat Yi doesn't want to be the divine son, but I'm willing to. I'll throw caution to the wind and use my identity as the master of a cult to temporarily join the celestial court. Li Tian cried out in surprise. After that, he searched everywhere and said, if there's a divine son, there must be a peerless goddess, right? Please come out and let me take a look. There is indeed a goddess whose beauty can cause the downfall of cities and states. In the future, she will marry the divine son, Qi Luo said with narrowed eyes. Where? Let me take a look. Li Tian patted his chest and said, he was definitely going to become the divine son, and no one should snatch it from him. Not long after, a beautiful middle-aged woman carried a baby girl over. She was just a little over a year old and adorable. She was holding a milk bottle and making smacking noises. Divine son, divine son. The little fellow's words were unclear, but her smile was very cute. There was still baby fat on her face as she stretched out her hand and called out. *CK, this is the goddess. Old man, are you playing with me? Li Tian immediately became dispirited and drooped his head. Divine son, your brother. The little girl stretched out her hand and didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all as she smiled at the group of people. Hey, brat, I'm calling you big brother. Why aren't you coming forward? The Black Emperor prodded Li Tian and knocked him forward with his butt. Li Tian received the little girl and directly passed her to Yi Fan. He said, hug your goddess well. He said righteously, saying that he was the master of a sect and couldn't be the divine son of the celestial court anymore. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little girl was very cute. She blinked her big eyes and held a pacifier in her mouth as she smiled at them continuously. She stretched out her pink little hands and called them Big Brother one by one. It was unknown whether it was because she had been taught well in her daily life or because she was naturally sweet with words, but she wasn't afraid of them at all when they met for the first time. She even wanted to pull the large black dog's ear. 20 years later, little Kay will be a peerless beauty and will kill all those dragons, phoenixes, divine sons, and goddesses. Qi Luo was full of confidence as he said to Yi Fan and the others, "Little Kay is not an ordinary child. Even if there is no one else, she will be able to level all the younger generation in hell and the human world by herself in the future." Little Kay nodded seriously as if she was acting. Yi Fan discovered that this little baby girl was indeed a little special. She was so young, but she was already connected with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. She was cultivating all the time. What kind of physique is this? The Black Emperor came forward and couldn't help but ask. She is born with a celestial root and is suitable for cultivation. She doesn't necessarily have to have a special physique. For example, Yao Guang Saint is said to have a mortal physique, but it is more powerful than many king physiques. It is also like the great ancient emperors. Other than a few individuals, who knows what kind of physique they have? You don't have any divine sons, right? I will give you one. Li Tian released little Tong from his artifact. The moment the little fellow appeared, he opened his little mouth and cried. He immediately ran to Yi Fan's side and cried, calling him master. He was afraid that Li Tian would lock him up again. These days he was really bored to death. He had been reading some boring books all day and reciting them non-stop. "All right, you can stay outside from now on," Yi Fan, the master, said very irresponsibly. "This child is very special." Qi Luo stared at little Tong. Of course he was special. The little fellow's whole body was glowing like a little sun, which made the little baby girl beside him very curious. She squeaked, her face full of smiles. "I won't cry," Little mumbled, blinking her large eyes. Everyone was speechless. This baby girl was so young, so what did she know? Did she really think she was a goddess? She was smiling and comforting her nephew who was older than her? Creating a sect is very troublesome. "Elder Qi, I will leave the rear to you. I have to bring some people in. We are severely lacking in manpower now," Yi Fan said. "Where are you going?" Qi Luo asked. "I will make a trip to the Middle State. There are 2 people that I will feel uneasy if I don't capture and bring them in," Yi Fan said. "Who is it?" The few of them were shocked. Godly diviner, and that disciple of his. On that very day, Yi Fan and the others set off. The large black dog clamored. Back then he had been ambushed. Perhaps Godly Diviner's shadow had played a role in it. This time, he wanted to settle the score thoroughly. Of course, there was another important reason why Yi Fan wanted to settle the score with Godly Diviner and his disciple. He wanted to find out whether Pang Bo and the others were still alive, and where they were now. He wanted to find all his old friends. "Wait a moment, invite the old blind man over. Let this old swindler deal with Godly Diviner first. No matter what, we have to find the sect. We can't leave without even a trace." In the end, the old blind man was invited out of the mountain, and they crossed to the Middle State together. They entered the Sky Evolution mountain range. This was a very strange place. There were countless stone mountains, and they were arranged in a very orderly